take you from the start today on the live feed, live stream. We're starting at home. We're going to work our way up. We're going to do some carp fishing. I also have some fish heads and on ice here. I'm going to drain some of this ice out. We throw that out. There's not many channel cats in this lake we're going, but they are in there, so maybe we'll rig for like bullheads. Just throw a knife in there. Don't treat your knives like that. Let's drain this out on the strawberries. Some strawberries just about right there. Yeah. Let's pop that out. Just lost a little plug. So yeah, I really don't know what we're going to fish for. We're definitely going to start with for carp because I've got carp setups ready to go. And I got pack bait ready to go. So let's hop in the car, throw that in there. Misty Mississippi Adventure. Big Ben, welcome in, guys. Just getting started, starting from the house today. I don't really know what we're going for. We might have a lot of wind today. It kind of looks breezy here, and if it's breezy here, it's probably very breezy up on the lake. But like I said, we got pack bait. The creeks are still really high, so I'm not eager to fish the creeks today. I'm gonna try to make a go of it at the local lake, not the one we've been fishing, but up top on the bigger reservoir. Got a lot of potential. Let's see what happens. All right, got you plugged in there. Oh, I gotta get gas and make sure I got my credit card. Yep. All right, let me throw a few things together. You guys hang out, chat if you want. We'll circle back in probably a half an hour. We'll be fishing. We have a cooler of ice. We're going to try to fill it. Make sure I got my rod holders today. Got some bass lures I can throw too. Let's put this in. Make sure I got the rod holders over there. 2 8/0 and a 6 ought to get the job done. 1 second. Kev's got a rod wacky rig, so yeah, that's going with us. Can always use a wacky rig. water, wind guard, lunch. I think we're all set. Hey, Carbon Rod, welcome, Tassie, AJ, JD Power. Welcome in, everybody. Hammer time. Let's go, guys. Try to get it today. We'll see what happens. The creeks are still high. I can't go to where I wanted to go. We went live last night for the members at a spot that we kind of just went there to test out for today. And that was no good, so at least we know now. There we go. Yeah, so carp, maybe a channel, maybe a bullhead. Probably carp's our best bet. But we'll also throw in for some bass as well. There's some big bass up where we're going. Should be good now. It's gonna blink a few times as we go through this valley. And then we get up out of the valley. We should be okay. If not, just be patient. I usually know pretty quickly when we don't have a signal, and we will leave. I'll make sure we're fishing with the signal. Unless I'm in a meat crisis, we'll go where we have signal. I won't just chase fish to chase fish. What's up, Will? Somebody let me know if chat's working now. There we go. Looks like it is. Tassie's commenting. I kind of want to go for bait today, but I work tonight. We might be popping up. I think we will be popping up early tomorrow, guys. This is 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time is usually when we pop up. It's 9. We're a little bit early today. Tomorrow, the boys are off school. More election stuff, local elections tomorrow. So I will be popping up by 6 a.m., probably 5 a.m. I want to get an early start and maybe go down on the river and see if we can get on some big channels. Maybe flatheads. Who is that? Cryptic. Welcome in. Everything's good here. Just getting started. Goals are for you. Cobalt's in. Good morning, good morning. I won't be able to read too much chat. I'll catch what I can at the red lights and stoplights. But okay. Off we go. Going over a creek right now. I'm just going to kind of slow down. I want to look at what the creek looks like. I'm thinking it dropped a lot overnight, but we were there right at sunset last night, and it was still too high with our setups. It's still up a little bit. It looks a lot better, but we'll give it another day at least before we go back down. Probably 2 days. I think we're going to go to the river tomorrow. It'll be Little Finn and I tomorrow. We'll have a dynamic duo out there. I think he's getting up early with me anyway. We'll see. 11 there. Yep. Tasmania. Is that where you guys are? I know that's what your channel's about, but is that where you guys live? Let's go back up the back way here. Wow. I had the big turkeys back here, guys. There's not a lot of turkeys here. Hope I don't piss this guy off. I'm going to pull in his driveway real quick. Guys, pay attention here, because I'm going to have to back out pretty quickly. It's a long driveway. Look at those turkeys down there. Oh, God, I'm screwing it up. I'll just leave it like that. You can zoom in. Get out of here. Alright, now I gotta get out of here. Now I'm facing the wrong way. Gobble. I have no idea where I'm going. I'm going up to a lake to do some carp fishing. Not a great spot to turn around. We're gonna do a little bit of carp fishing, a little bit of bass fishing, maybe some cat fishing. I don't know. I got a cooler of ice. We're going to go out and have some fun. That's going to be the plan for today. We fish on this channel every day live, so this is one of those transitional days. I think most days are transitional. We're trying to find the fish. We find the fish, then we might know where we're going for a day or two. But that's about it. And then, you know, it's time to move on. Find a new spot. I gotta get gas first. We only got about a 10-minute drive to the first spot we're gonna start at today. And we'll give it an hour, 2 hours tops. If it's not producing, we'll pack up and go somewhere else. Gobble, gobble, gobble. Heck yeah. Welcome in, Senek. Hey, Alice. How you doing, Alice? Thanks for coming in. Hope you're doing good. It's one of my members. You guys see, like Will, they got the stars next to me. They are the members of the Anyfin fam right there. They help financially support what we do here. What exactly that is, I've got no idea. But, yeah. Let's see what trouble we can get into today. First, we need a full tank of gas for our adventures. Hey, Luke, what's going on, buddy? Wait, I think I gotta wrench you up yet, because you popped in the middle of driving. There you go. I've made you a standard mod. I know you're local to us. You'll probably know where we're going in a few minutes. Hope all is good. Luke is one of our newer members as well. He joined when we were driving up to the Skeeter meetup. Mudfest. We might end up trout fishing today, but I want to start with carp since I got the pack bait. Scooter and the boys, what's going on? My friend from Arkansas. What is up? Sorry, my phone's wobbly. My phone holder's kind of, it's only like 3 months old, but I feel like that's about the life of it. You start wobbling. And bumpy roads don't help. Nope, not going to break the channel record in this place. I don't think I am. This is a lake. It's a big lake, but we have caught a state citation size channel cat up there. I don't remember how big that is, but it's a good one. I think we're about 15 pounds or so. But we used to keep our boat up here, so I know Luke will know what I'm talking about when I say that. There are some really big bass up there. Got a buddy who consistently catches, you know, 8-pounders out of there. He's a pro bass fisherman, but pulls them out all the time. Sometimes it's the same bass. His wife caught it at one point. It was a 10-pounder. He caught it at one point. It was an 8-pounder. Same bass. And she caught it when it was 10, so she has the record. You know, full of eggs versus middle of winter versus spring. You know, it makes a big difference on a fish that big. I gotta go up and get gas first. Nice. Yeah, I could go up to the bridge. Just, we might end up at the bridge there, up there too, for crappie. I don't know, I'm really rigged for that. I'm sure we can find some. I don't think I got enough line to hit the water from that spot. Yeah, I never really get on the crappie up there. I get like 4 or 5, you know. Yesterday we got about 30. We went out west. Kevin and I, we had 30 fish between mostly crappie and perch, almost half and half, and then a couple bluegills. We cooked those up last night. It was a good fish fry. Actually, we grilled them. We didn't even fry them. Trucking company. I don't know what you're talking about, Dina. Yeah, it's totally legal to stream live. Uh, uh, at your desk. I wouldn't be doing it if I knew it wasn't legal. Totally legal. It's hands-free operation. Falls under the same rules as does a GPS. Now they see you interacting with the screen and moving, flipping stuff, then you got another problem, perhaps. But no, you can stream all you want. I'm gonna go up around the lake because I got to get gas. Because, like I said, I don't know that our first stop's gonna be our only stop. I've been pretty ADHD lately. If the fish ain't biting, we're moving. You don't got the patience to sit there for 4 hours right now. Unless we're in a spot where I know that there's records, I'm ready to move if I don't have action. Good morning, good morning. Oh, I can't even see right now, it's so bobbly. I think that might be Yobot at Life. I'm going down this torn up road though. Yobot at Life is shaking all over my screen. The road looks like Baghdad. Perpetually under construction. I got a yellow light. So they still have a human being. Yep, I'm going in there, buddy. I don't even have human flaggers anymore. They have a flagger standing next to the lake. It's crazy. Gas it up, baby. Yeah, I was on the member stream. Weekends I do members, guys. Public is 10 to 2, Monday through Friday. Everything else is member only here. Let me get some gas in and we'll get ready to roll to the next spot. Filling up. We're gonna get out of here. Yeah, as usual, we're fishing here. Just let me know if I don't have a signal. If the signal's bad, just let me know. There's not much I can do it immediately, but I will move and make it better. Just know it takes time. It's not instant. It's not like a magic wand you wipe and you got a great signal again. Karen, welcome in from China. Welcome in. Just getting some gas in the car here, and then we'll move on. Might as well just wait in here. 7 gallons. It's going to take about 16 gallons. It's going to be like $50, $60. Good times. I'm not getting bait. I'm just going to throw some lures around and let the pack bait sit for carp. And see if we can maybe get a big bass to bite. We'll see. It's going to be a mess getting out of here with this construction. You know what? I'll go down and around the other way. It'll be quicker. 43 bucks. It's going to be $56. I've got 2 carp setups, and I got one rod with lightweight. I'll probably put a 6/0 circle hook on because I know there's more bullheads than channel cats, and I think that'll hook a bullhead a little bit. Well, I'll probably end up throwing the 8 on. I like the 8s. I'll probably throw an 8 on. I don't want to miss a channel. And what's nice about this place is we can harvest. We can harvest them here. Yeah, your Robotic Life, I use a method feeder and a hair rig. Oh, 54 bucks. Let me get my receipt. That's a write-off. 55 buckaroonies right into the tax pile. Throw my license in my pocket because we're definitely getting checked at this spot. I hope we are anyway. Yes, yeah, I'm going to be using perch head today and crappie head and maybe bluegill head. I don't have any trout heads today, but yeah, it works all right. I personally haven't had much luck with them. I know they work. I gave Fishing with Steve one, and he caught a nice channel on it before I even left the docks. Oh, come on, dude. Like, where am I going to go? How am I going to get out of here? You block my spot to get out? These guys, they don't know crap here. This is the dumbest setup I've ever seen. They now have human beings with these devices where they flip the damn lights. $3.27. It's up a little bit today. Oh. Hey, Josh. What's going on, buddy? Let me flip you around here. We're going carp fishing to start with, and cat fishing, but on a lake. We haven't fished there in a while. See if somebody's gonna let me out. Oh, thank you, thank you. I'm not messing with that because I know there's multiple construction going up this road. My friends own that brewery there, and I know they're like flipping out because they're constantly doing construction there. It's like the township's trying to take them out of business. Like constantly doing something in that intersection. It makes no sense. One botched government job after another. Pouring rain in Iowa. It's been raining here for 3 weeks straight. We just got done flooding. We had 6 inches of rain the last 2 days. Which is why we're going to a lake. All the creeks and rivers were blown out, and they're still a little too high for my style of fishing. So we're going to spend one more day at the lake. Tomorrow we'll probably be back on the river. But today we're going to the lake. 34, that is chilly. It's 64 here. It's going to be a little brisk, but I always run hot anyway. It's going to be a little brisk with that breeze out there. I think it's going to... What's up, Travis? NJ's on a boat with 30-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, no thanks. I would never do something like that, Travis. I would never do anything like that. I'm a fair weather fisherman. Just don't look at my lives from last week. We look like Caddyshack out there. I'm going to do I just did a Beavis and Butthead short for my Bass Holio. That was from the pond, Travis. The next video up is from our, when I was fishing the lake, the swamp, the beaver pond in the Thunder and Lightning. So I'm going to do a Caddyshack theme for that one. Till they shut me down, I'm going to keep doing themes. I think I'm alright if I keep the clip 3 seconds or less. That's how it is in the audio world. signal could be a little iffy up here, but we can usually move and find a spot. So I just have to remember to ask you all before I set up all the setups and stick them in the ground. I'm gonna make sure you can actually see what I'm doing and it doesn't look like Minecraft. Hey Josh, fishing time, let's go. Welcome. Heading to a lake right up the road here. Mike W, good morning. Mike W is after the stingrays. Awesome, man. Good luck. Tammy's in. Welcome, Tammy. Should I hit the bait shop? The only thing I'm thinking of is I would like to have... I blew through a lot of trout magnets yesterday, catching those perch. And the crappie, we're snagging up like crazy. We'll come back if we need to. Pennsylvania's in the house. Ventures in. Clipping and tripping from PA. Lovely day in the state of Pennsylvania, ain't it? It is pretty awesome. Passing the lower lake. Unless they see a carp jump up and wave to me, I'm going to go up to the upper lake. This spot is just, I've given up all hope on it, I think. This used to be my my go-to spot. But it just seems dead. The reports are not good. I talked to the bait shop right here and they hear horrible reports. It's pretty crazy. Besides, people fish my spot every day now. Yep, there's a dude in my spot. Every day there's a dude in my spot. We're gonna go up top. Clipping. All right, I'll try to remember to call you Clipping. My eyes in that writing. I think I call you tripping half the time, or clipping, or flipping. Yo, Dorothy. Yeah, that's evidently his spot now. Yeah. I went to my dock last night, and there's trash all over it. Down at the other spot where I was slamming carp, there's McDonald's bags and wrappers all over the place. So yeah, people have been fishing down there too. There's 2 cars in that spot. It's so funny because these spots aren't producing right now, but people see the videos and they go there. So I'm going to a spot where there's, you know, plenty of bank. We could fit 50 people out there. So I'm not worried about getting a spot here. I mean, everybody picks a spot off once in a while, but there's certain individuals who you see them at your last spot every single day. Like, they're a day behind you on the schedule. It's like, all right, dude. What sucks is I work till 10. I mean, I can't get live till 9, 10 o'clock. I can't get out there any earlier because of my family responsibilities. So I'm always like, you know, out there trying to find the next spot that can get blown out. It is what it is. I'm not going to worry about it. Yeah, yeah, it is. Sadly, it is. That's why I don't go on Fishbrain anymore, because that was worse than YouTube. Fishbrain is the absolute worst. Yeah, Slab. I have to, if I was better with the technology, maybe I could green screen some fake backgrounds. That would be awesome. Have them fishing like in an old pool or something. Signal's probably going to be hairy here till we get down to the spot and set up. PR Fishing Journal. Hey, welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, it's usually the kids that, you know, it's like, you know, you're proud to like share your spots when you're getting started. But once you get a certain amount of people following you don't want to do that anymore. People are like, oh, well, you just haven't gotten to that point yet. It's coming, trust me. Jamie Brown, what's going on? Fish spraying just sucks now. I mean, the whole thing just sucks. I hate all the changes they made. I don't know. It's going to sound like I'm a boomer here, and I am, I guess, but I just can't stand all the changes they made. And all the 5-pound bass that are smaller than my 2-pounders. It gets old after a while. What I do like about fishing up here is that we can, if we catch a nice channel or big bullhead, we can eat them. Can't really do that down on the river and not grow a third arm. I miss Josh, I think. Josh Wagner's in the house. Hey Josh, if I missed you, here's a dude right here probably going down. Ripping lips. Spots are baby trapped for a reason. One thing I don't like about here is you got to be out at a certain time. That drives me up a wall, man. Fish will start biting and you have to leave. And you're not allowed to fish everywhere. Like, this is a huge reservoir, but a lot of it's no access. I mean, people don't follow that, but I'm on YouTube Live, so like incriminating evidence. So I try to follow all the rules. We'll see what it's looking like down here. Try to figure out which way the wind's coming and get set up somewhere. Yeah, once you set up a third rod, I mean, there's some decisions to. Water's ripping out there. There's a lot of snags over here. I'm gonna go this way. Guaranteed that dude's fishing. Guaranteed. Carrying big bags of corn down there. Alright, we're here. Windows. Alright, let me get everything together, guys. Won't take long, and we'll get you guys set up. Block's Fruit Boys. It's quite a name. Welcome in, welcome in. Alright, let me throw my lunch in the cooler for now. I think I can use a picnic table down there. What's that going for us? Pop you guys out of here. Let me get you guys on the tripod, but I got to get the wind guard also set up here, so just bear with me a second. Because we're going to get some wind. Yes, this is my wind guard. Breeze might be coming from a good angle for us here. I don't know. I feel like it might be. That thing needs another coating of Gorilla Tape here. Jose, welcome in, buddy. Welcome in, buddy. Here. Got the wind guard on. Damn it, Bobby. You speak English, but you suck at science. Just getting some bait for the catfish setup. Grab the 8/0 hooks. Bass set up there. Another bass set up. Swim bait. Carp, catfish. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh, a little tangle. Okay, extra setup. Almost ready, sorry. Let's make a trip down. I'll come back. I'll come back for that. Wild 7. We're bank fishing. We're bank fishing. Soon, maybe tomorrow. I'm fishing early tomorrow. The boys are off from school. I might, if I can reach out to Ted and it works for him tomorrow, maybe I'll swing by and pick up those kayaks. And then we'll be doing some kayak fishing. Ooh, the wind's coming this way now. Dalton, welcome, welcome. Carp bait, sweet corn, panko breadcrumbs, strawberry jello, and then a bunch of different extracts like coriander. I'll add coriander, anise, vanilla. This time of year, mulberry. Yeah, this is the spot I usually go, down here by the buoys. And then I can crappie fish off the docks, is really good too. How's the signal up here? No wall. There used to be walleye in here, believe it or not, but they're gone. How's that look right here, guys? This is a reservoir. It's a big old lake. It looks good. All right. Let's see if we can get a stake in the ground. Probably not. Nope. Should have brought the wagon. Should have brought the wagon. There we go. That's the sweet spot right there, apparently. I'll probably have to zoom. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, they're jumping. They are jumping. I'm gonna leave you guys on there for a second. I'm gonna run up to the car and get the rods. We're gonna get one out right away. Right away, dude. Parks next to me. He goes, oh, you're anything. Yeah. Yay. Put these on the table. We're going to get one out right away because I just saw one roll out there. So we're not going to mess around. We're going to get some bait right on his head. All right, let me zoom you guys in on this one while I get everything else ready. Welcome in, Marilyn. Okay, that's going to be the... Whoa, what's going on here? There we go. Zoom you all in now. Whoa! Extreme close-up. How's that look with the zoom in? Is that still decent? Kind of want to zoom out a little bit. Let me know what it looks like. Hunter's Real Adventures. Let me get you wrenched up. You can connect around. Hopefully we can help you out do that a little bit here. We just casted that one out. I'll get the cat rod up. That looks good. Zoom out a little bit. Yeah, that's what I was thinking because you won't be able to see nothing when I get out there. J-Dog, what's going on, brother? Oh, don't come in here, really, dude. Guy's coming right next to me. I don't believe it. Keep moving, buddy. Keep moving. I'm going to get the catfish rod out next just because it's almost ready to go. Wish I had bells. We're going to fish with perch heads today. Crappie heads we caught yesterday. It's a nice sharp 8/0. I know it's only bullheads, but I still like 8/0 for bullheads. Go with the smallest of the perch heads to start the day here. That's bait right there. I'm not using bullhead, I'm trying to catch bullheads. There's channels and bullheads, more bullheads than channels in here. All right. A whole lot of crap to do, isn't it? Where's my other carp rod? Did I not bring my other rod? I gotta run to the car again. Could have sworn I had a third rod. If not, I can rig something else. Hey, Steve. I usually do better right on the other side of the docks, but there's two people there already. But yeah, they're jumping. They always jump around the docks. You just can't fish any closer than we are to the docks. Let me get another carp rig from the car. Welcome in, Scooter, Steve, Richard Davies. Hey, hey. Let me go get one more rod. Otherwise, I'll throw out for bass. That rod holder's crap. Let me move that one for now. Eye on those rods. I'll come running if they go down. Okay. Welcome back. Welcome back. Tell you, Steve, my feet's feeling good, man. I ran last night. I'm running to the car now. I feel good. I'm running. Alrighty. I'm going to be rigging up a rod behind the camera here. Forgot we broke off last night right before we left. Jason, what's up? 6:03. Man, it feels good to be able to run again without pain. I'm going to drop this weight real quick. Been dying almost for a year. I couldn't run. Been working hard at it, doing all the rehab, all the stretching. setback after setback, but I started figuring out, even when it starts hurting, I figured out laying off it wasn't the answer. The doctors were wrong about that. Aggressively stretching it, icing it, heating it, stretching it, and actually running on it has done more than resting it for a year did. Jason Ruiz, I think you've been in here, man. I know there's a lot of Ruizes, so I'm going to take a chance. I swear I've seen you in here several times, so I'm wrenching you up. You connect around, appreciate you. Yeah, I don't have any managing mods. Right, Steve? Old butts can't do rehab. Just got to work out the kinks, man, until we can't move anymore. One of my injuries, probably when I broke my back, I went through this stuff. They were twisting me all over the place. I'm like, dude, I might as well just grab a pickaxe and go out in my backyard and save some money, because that's what it felt like. It was the same thing. And that's pretty much what I ended up doing. Pop some painkillers and go at it. I swear it worked out a lot of problems. I have a buddy who used to joke about that. Nothing a dig in a ditch can't fix. There's a lot of truth in it, I think. Yo, Creed, just set up, buddy. Just set up. A couple carp rolling out there. Got some winds to contend with. We'll see. And try to rig up a 35 gram, a heavier one here. If I can get that out. There you go. Pickaxe in your truck. When I lived in Alaska, I used to have an axe in my every boat. That was anyone trying to come aboard my boat without permission could whack them. I once had to whack a grizzly bear's paws because he was grabbing onto my boat trying to get on. He was close to flipping us over. I had to give him an old whack with the old PA woodsman tool. Yep, 12. Look, I got 12 on my radar. That's nothing. After the winter we did, that ain't nothing, man. 30-mile-an-hour winds and 8 below zero on the lake. I think we can survive today. Be out here gaining weight today. Yeah, that's why I came over here. It comes off the back side. You got the forest to shield us. Nice little cutout. This is where my wife caught her 7-pound largemouth, right here, a couple years back. Right off the bank, right at the buoy. Right, let's go with a brand new hook. Check this one out. It seems. Oh yeah, that one's sharp. Let's go with that one. Yeah, we tore up the perch and crappie yesterday. It took a lot of work. They weren't jumping on our hook. But we basically, when we go to the spot we went to yesterday, we just eat breakfast. We don't go early, sleep in, wake up, eat breakfast, and go over there and we fish till, just before dinner. Because our goal is basically to go there and catch dinner. That's all our goal is. Pretty loose. That's what we did. Josh, that's exactly how my day. I caught my set. Oh, there we go. I missed him. I caught my 7 and my 5-pound largemouth in the same day, back-to-back casts. And I caught my 7-pound and 6-pound rainbows about a month ago, back-to-back casts. Or at the same time, really. Weird how that works out. I should have let it sit, but early on, I'll reel down on them just so I can get more pack bait in the water anyway. I'm not worried about it. We'll get a little pickier as we go along here once we have a good bed of bait out there. We'll get them. Not worried about it. Okay, back to my rigging. Oh. Yeah, I got the measurements on my fish. I can't afford to mount them all. I want to get the muskie mounted, but I got the measurements for him. I just can't afford all of them. We've caught a lot of big fish over the years. I kind of want to, I've been thinking about getting smaller ones done just because they're so much cheaper, and just like having a nice one of each species that we target and caught. But even then, it's, I don't know how many species we're up to, 60, 70, I don't know. Maybe we're over 100. I haven't looked in a while. It's crazy. Right, exactly. Yeah, and they start charged by the inch, right? Maybe I'll get a, there's left rod and right, both rods just got hit. They're not gonna let me get this rigged up, are they? All right, here we go, going in on my knot. Hey, Billy, welcome in. Crypto Billy's in the house. Nimby's in. Adventures Nimby, welcome in. I already missed one. We just got 2 hits on both rods, and I'm rigging the third. Didn't even get the third rod in. So, active today. Yeah, I got my first buck done. He was like a 9-pointer. He wasn't huge or anything. I've gotten bigger ones. But sometimes it's good to get one done that you have a good memory of, a good story, and not necessarily the size of it. That's why I want to get the muskie done, even though that was a big one. Just, that was a great moment for Kevin and I. We worked really hard to catch that. My king, I could care less because it was just business. That was my job. It was still cool, but not in the same way. Rather have something I was with my kids. Nice. That's awesome, Travis. Should have put in with your mealworms. That's how we did our eel heads. Right in with the mealworms. All right, we got another carp rod going out. Let's go get this set up. I don't know where I'm going to put that other catfish rod. That other rod holder's a piece of crap, the Walmart one. Once you use the double hook angling rod holder, it's hard to go back to anything else. Dude's casting like right over me. We did a catch and cook up here one time. The signal was really bad though. I don't know if you guys remember that. And the gray herring was trying to eat my fish. He actually did eat a couple of my little ones. All right, we're in. 2 pack bait. Got 2 out with pack bait on. Oh, that's on an angle. Can't do it. Can't do it. little OCD. It's got to be semi-straight. Driving me nuts all day. 36 awesome people in here. 66 thumbs up. Appreciate you guys tuning in, hitting the thumbs up. I ain't going to remind you every 2 seconds. We're just going to sit back and relax, fish. Hopefully catch some hogs today. 11-point buck mounted. 700's nothing, man. I think I've heard people go way over that. I always think about getting something mounted, and then when I look at it, man, I'm like, I could take another trip for that. You know what I mean? I'll take the measurements, I'll mount them up when I'm old and can't do the trips anymore. That's crazy. If you had a choice between mounting something or going on another trip, I'd choose a trip every single time. That's why I only got one mount. I appreciate it, Denny. Thank you for that. I just have fun doing them. I mean, they take a lot more time than you might think. I ain't the greatest with technology, and I don't use any fake stuff. No AI. All those cuts and edits are my own. Some I just kind of blow out there. Sometimes I spend time with them. It stinks. I wish I could download the music and then upload it, because then I could really cut with the pace better, but then it copyrights you. It's so dumb. Even though you're allowed to have it, it copyrights you because you're uploading it through their tool. You have to choose it from their tool. I don't know how to get around that, so I just listen to the song and then watch the videos and add them and try to, change up the pace a little bit. That's about it. Yeah, Creed. You're in the spot to do it, man. You're a bass fisherman. It's going to happen. I lost I'm saying 10, and I swear to God that's what it was. At least. It looked like a big carp, and I'm pretty good at figuring out how big carp are. Right on this dot, And this thing came up to the surface like a carp. I had them on 2-pound line, and I think I line wrapped them. And I thought I was bringing a log up, so I never set the hook. I didn't do nothing. I just slowly brought it up. And it almost jump scared me because I was expecting to see a log come up. And there's this huge carp, a huge bass. And then it was like, oh crap. And then just one jump and off he went. Hostile 570. What is up? It won't hunters, it won't let you make money on it. And once you're monetized, sometimes it won't let you upload it. It won't let me do any AdSense. Everything was in yellow. So if you upload it, then you got violations and you can't make money on it. That's the most minor thing. But sometimes it's more strict than that. And I'm not going to go back and read their little notes to figure out if I have to delete it or if it's just not monetized or if it's only in selected countries. I just get rid of it altogether. It ain't worth it. 13-pound. Dang. That's awesome, Dalton. Elfish, what's up? Thank you for hitting the thumbs up. Appreciate it. We're out at about an hour. We'll give it an hour and a half, and then we'll recast and get them back out there. I do want to cast around at some point for some bass too. So I got the bass rods, but we're only allowed 3 rods. I'll have to bring one in. I know there's carp around, so we'll try to get a couple carp in first. Dang, 44 people. You guys are amazing. Live are killing it lately with you guys. Not sure if I'm going to jump around like I normally do today, though. I'm just going to try to, because tomorrow I'll be fishing with little fin, so I know we'll be jumping around. Kind of want to rest my ankle a bit, and I work tonight. Job is brutal on the joints. A little more than an hour, 15. Quite a few bass over 15. Dang. That's crazy. Hey, Dopa. Hi, Marie. What's going on? Thank you for stopping in here. Appreciate it. Hoping to catch some carp on the two black rods. We got pack bait on there with method feeders, and the little white rods got a fish on there for catfish. It's a little cool here, Sammy. A little cool. Feels nice. Need a carp or two to warm up. Please don't jump. Water is cold. I'm jumping in the water tomorrow. Today, I'm not jumping in the water. Tomorrow, definitely going to be in the waders. I'm going to probably be carp fishing to start tomorrow, but we're going to be on a creek, and we're definitely going to be trap fishing, and we're definitely going to be bass fishing and moving into the water. So we're going to be taking you guys along with us while we wade. So that'll be fun. I'm looking forward to it. That white rod just go hard without bells. I don't have the drags too tight, so I should hear line go out before we lose a rod. Stovers. Yeah, I think that's a little far for me. Isn't that in like north central PA? Michael Gale, welcome, welcome. All right, Slab, hope it goes good, brother. How many can you take home? Depends what you're fishing for. 5 trout around here, but there's no trout in this spot. Catfish, I don't know. I'd have to. Bullheads, you can take pretty much any size. That's probably what we're going to catch. If it's a channel, I have to look up the regs on the sizes. I'm not worried about the channels. They're fine out of water. Not like a trout or a bass. You know, they're a lot tougher. So plenty of time to look it up. Carp, we're not going to harvest from here. The carp we're going to be catch and release. Yeah, Hershey, that's like an hour and a half, 2 hours. That's too far for me. Someday I'll get out there. I mean, I have fished out there before, but I've got some good carp spots 40 minutes from here. Even that's a drive. I just spent $60 in gas. I can't do that. You know, that's got to last me at least a week on my income. A little different when you're trying to fish, you know, for a living versus just fishing for fun. You really got to be mindful of the spending. And rod's going. But yeah, I might try. Eco gave me a spot about 40 minutes. I might take a trip once this week out there. Other than that, I got to stay pretty close to home unless I know I'm going somewhere to fill a cooler. But I'm not going to go do catch and release somewhere too often. That's a haul, you know. There's nothing coming home with you. For me, if I'm driving 40 minutes, my cooler's got to have some fish in it. No, I'm closer. I'm by Collegeville, Valley Forge, man. Yeah. Watch these rods. I don't have the bells. I have to kind of pay attention here. I'm closer to the city, but time-wise, I'm really not, you know. Yo, Steve-O. Appreciate you, Steve. Steve just gave us 20 bucks right there. Gas fund right there. Steve always helps us out. Appreciate it, buddy. I wish I would have had the fish heads with me. I got them here in the cooler. If you end up taking a drive, just leave me a couple. You can have the bag. Pure Alaska, what's going on? Welcome, welcome. Zyro. Good morning to you guys. Good morning, everybody. Whatever time it is where you are. I don't have a sandwich today. I got some grits with some chicken and hot wing sauce. We'll dig into that soon. Maybe that'll get some action going. Some green beans. We cooked up the perch and crappie last night for dinner, and this morning we had smoked trout on cream cheese bagels. Got it. We're trying to open a hole in the freezer up. We're gonna go back down the shore soon. It's 15, but that's nothing, Travis. They're like $9 for 3 down there. That ain't nothing. That'll last you 4 hours. Nice. I got the other half a drum. I'm waiting for a nice weekend. I'm gonna cook that out on the grill. Skin side down, big old barbecue. Last time it was awesome, but I think I gotta cook it under higher heat. I think I had the heat a little too low. So this time I'm gonna hit it with the heat a little bit more. The skin really protected the fish more than I expected, so I'm gonna hit it hard. 1/4 ounce, 1/2 ounce jig heads. Nice. Yeah, I use 3/8 and halves for the blues, and I usually end up using those for flounder too. I just put one of those long white sluggos on and drag it and catch the flounder that way. You got to watch depending on, like if you use Z-Man, you might know this, Travis, but if you use the Z-Man, you need like a special head on those, or else they just pull off constantly. And then you got to be careful of the Z-Man plastics because they don't get along with other plastics. They'll dissolve into like a liquid. You'll destroy all your jigs and soft plastics. It's pretty wild. Yeah, you got to watch the drums. Yep. Yep. They're like cod and some of your other fish that are worm prone. Yep. This one had 0 worms. They're usually near the anal fin, but this one had nothing. You cut one open, really inspect the meat around the anal fin and the vent area. If it's got them there, then just, go out from there, cut that whole area out and start looking for them. But Fisher's Hole, welcome in. We got pack bait on the 2 black rods, method feeders, hair rigs. And the white rod's got a yellow perch head on it with an 8/0 circle hook. That's set out there for channel cats and bullheads. They got big black bullheads in here. I don't know if they're black or brown bullheads. People call them the same. They're the same species, whatever they are. They get a lot bigger than the yellow bullheads. We have caught like a 4-pound yellow bullhead out of here too, though. They get huge. "24 inches." This was ours was 18 pounds. It was a pretty decent one, but it was clean. It was really clean. Still on the small side for drums. They get up to 60 pounds. Yeah, one of the crappie had worms that I caught yesterday. I ended up, well, it's in my bait pile. But yeah, the crappie had worms in it. PR fishing, let me get you wrenched up. I've seen you in here before. It's almost time to go get my lunch. That'll make sure we get a bite. I think I'm going to go do that. I'm going to run to the car, get my lunch. You guys that have been on my channel for a while, you guys know I don't eat because I'm hungry. I eat because that's when the fish start biting. It works every stinking time. Oh, Jimmy, don't tell me that. Dude, Jimmy, that is where I was going to head today. That was my other idea. I was going to go down the lock. You got to be freaking kidding me. I was going to go there, bro. I was going to go there today. It's going to go right under that wall by that house. Dang. All right, I'll be right back. I'm happy for you. But dang. Nothing. Sun's trying to pop out. Oh, all right. Did I get a hit? You gotta be kidding me. Hole 3. The black one or the white one? Well, I'm back. We'll see what happens here. Oh yeah, the grits with the chicken and the hot wing sauce, killer. Hot wing sauce on grits. That's a game changer right there. White rod. That's the perch head. That rod will go all the way down if a decent sized catfish hits it. It's a crappy rod holder. Nice. We've got some big brookies. That's where Jimmy's fishing is where I caught my like 4-pound brookie that Jimmy had the net for me. That was a fun day. I did not bring a, like an amateur, I didn't have my trout net, and I hooked into a giant. Appreciate the help. I'll be watching that white rod. We'll see if it goes. It's a circle hook. It should hook itself. It's a lot flimsier than the other 2 rod holders, so you will see that rod wiggle more. There's Fisher's Hole. Let me get it wrenched up. You've been hanging out. Sound like you're a fishing channel. Make you a standard mod. Oh, there's butter in there, Denny. Don't worry. This is cold, reheated. Well, it's not even reheated. It's just cold. Leftovers, man. I'm like the family dog. I get all the scraps. Oh, rod to the left. Black rod. That was a hit. Both carp, corn under the float. Nice. Nice. Even with the wind. I would think that would be tough with the wind. I'll have to try that. Were the carp small? Every carp I catch there is pretty small. Still fun to catch, but they're all like trout sized. Yeah, I didn't think grits would be any good reheated or like, well, cold. They're not bad. Nice. You'd think they'd get huge in there. Maybe there's too many little ones in there. I don't know. Something's definitely hitting the pack bait on that left rod. It's funny you say that, Jimmy, because when I caught my carp there, I was catching them on my ultralights with corn. I'm pretty sure. I have to go back and look at those lives. They were like a year ago, 2 years ago maybe. I was still working down near Lock. And I'd set up in the fall because they had that fall tournament. And I'd fish out there with the trout rods with power bait. And then I'd put one out there with corn on it, just so I could catch a trout or a carp. And I'd catch like a carp a day. I was only fishing like an hour because I had to get to work. I'd fish the sunrise and go to work. Yeah, I've tried the shredded wheats. I've tried the Wheaties. None of that ever worked for me. Me and my friend used live bluegills yesterday, 30-pound braid, steel wire, kept breaking them. What the heck were you fishing for, man? Alligators. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I remember fishing down there for them and I was netting them with my trout net. But I don't know if you remember me saying that. I told you that place is good in the high water. I don't know what it is about that place. I always do well at lock when it rains a lot. That's what made me think about going there today. But this spot was like, closer for me, and I'm like, you know what? I was remembering you haven't been doing really well in your last trip or two down there, so I'm like, I'll come up here. Plus, I can harvest a catfish from here if I get a good one. Try the chocolate malto meal. Oh, the wind's coming from behind us. Hunter's Real Adventure. What were you fishing for? I might have missed that if you typed it in there, but hey, Cajun Outdoors, what's going on, brother? Welcome in. 6 minutes, we're going to recast. What are they, flatheads where you are? Got to be flatheads. They shouldn't break off. I've caught like 50 pounders on 30-pound mono. Unless they're taking you in the snags or something. Check. Make sure I should go get some ice cream. I should get some ice cream. Check your knots. I'm sure you know what you're doing. But just in case you're young and don't, make sure you check your knots. Make sure it's not the knot to the leader or something like that that's snapping off. Yeah, or a muskie. Yeah. Exactly. Dang. Big old blues will break your pole. Blues don't fight like flatheads, though. Flatheads will put a good bend in the pole, in my experience, bigger than the blues that I caught. The blues just kind of roll over and come in. Release to the grease. What's going on? I got a cooler. I got a cooler in the car. Some of these fish are coming home with us today. Nice, Danny. Man, that's shallow water. I have to check you out. I have to check out your channel. It's about as calm as this channel gets right here. We're just chilling on this lake today. I kind of want to start hiking here, casting with the bass rod, but I know we're going to be pixelated, so I'm going to hold off on doing that for a little bit. But eventually I will bring in one of those rods and start casting around. Oh no, let me shut this down. If this reminds me of Skeeter's Live, I'm going to shut it down. Wind, that's the wind. Well, we can help you with that, Danny. It's got to get up to 50 subs before you can do the easy stuff and just go live, but definitely help you out getting there if you're interested. The Hellcat rods. Yeah, everybody loves that stuff. I don't know. My ugly stick's just as good. That rod there on the end, I caught my 53-inch striper on that. Caught the 31 striper on that. I caught my 50-pound flathead. 25 bucks at Walmart for the combo. That stuff so overpriced, like Mad Cats and all. You're out of your mind. It's overpriced. Watching that white rod. It looked like it had a pool there. Let me go check it out. Time for another fish on there. You know what I'm gonna do? I'll leave that rod in for now. I'm gonna cast around a bit for bass after I recast these guys. Yeah, you must be fishing bigger fish than me. I've never ever broken a rod, and I've caught some big fish. To me, it's just a matter of having the right line and the right drag setting. Never broken a rod. I know, right, Glacier? It seems like you can't afford to make your own stuff anymore. It's like they got the corner of the market monopolized, you know? Get you coming and going. If you guys haven't seen Glacier's last video, it's really cool. Him setting a line of 300 hooks for halibut. I thought it was a really cool way to start that video. I enjoyed that one a lot. Oh yeah, Josh, you're in a whole, that's a whole nother level of fish right there, bro. Yeah. Yeah, 100-pound flathead. I don't even know what the record is. I don't even know they got that big. Somebody told us they got an 80 in the river. There's a bald eagle across the other side, right at the edge of the trees, right at the top of the tree line, right up there. Yeah, he's coming down towards the water right now. All right, let me get this food put away. I can start fishing. Gotta get both rods rebaited. There's the eagle. All right, let me figure out what lure I want to lose, because the lures, this is a very rocky shoreline, and I always break off every stinking time I try to bass fish here. Yeah, Glacier, there's something to be said for that. Like, I learned this a while ago. Instead of saying, like, oh, huge bass caught, you know, there's certain people that don't want to see a big bass. They don't care about bass. So all you're doing is dividing the people. You say is huge fish caught, like real plain like that, and it draws more attention. I don't know. Record for the biggest flathead is 123. Dang, man, that thing's, can't even imagine. Because flatheads, in my experience, fight so much harder than blues. I haven't really fished for blues much. Just like one long day of fishing with a very experienced dude. And I was like, man, that's the fight. Ramchandra Hala says hi. Welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, they are water cows. They will come to the feed. There's a lot of wind blowing it around though. But let's see what we're gonna throw. What lure? I think I'm gonna start with my wacky rig just because I can afford to lose that. Park right there. I'm gonna turn y'all around. We're gonna go see if we catch some crappie or something. Got the little trout magnet. I forgot Kevin had one. Let's go for a little walk here. And if the rods go down, I'll put you on them. 103. Phoenix, welcome in. How you doing today? It might be really loud over here with the wind. I got the ultralight. Watch it. Now we'll catch the bass. Right here somewhere. Get you guys up with me. So the rods are right down there. So all I got to do is switch the camera around if they go down. Where am I going? Where am I going to sit you guys? I don't know if I'm going to get a good cast with this setup or not. Fighting the wind. There he is. Little bluegill right at the edge. Little tiny bluegill. There he is, Zyro. That's actually a green sunfish. You got a bigger mouth. They got their stripes by his head. Green sunfish. big carp just jumped. He's right out by my rods. That's the second carp that just jumped in the last couple minutes. I feel like if I sit behind those rods all day, they won't go down, but I come over here, they'll go down. There's Onyx. What's going on, brother? There he is. Look at these little guys. Hey, Cheyenne. We're catching monsters. Monsters. That'd be a good one for bass bait. Free line that sucker right out there. So hard to cast it. Oh, take down, take down. Oh! Oh! Oh no. Can't get you guys set up. Woo, baby. Woo! Feels like a good one. Feels real good. Sorry, you guys are a little crooked here. And make sure he doesn't get around that buoy. Oh no, he's going around the buoy. Couldn't stop him. He went around the buoy. Should have had the drag tighter. And everybody says, run your drag loose when you're carp fishing. I hate it. I hate it. He's on the buoy. Just gave him line, see if he swims out of it. Damn it. It's probably him jumping all the way down there. Bringing the buoy in. I think he's gone. I don't feel him. Damn sure I'm tightening the other drag now. I'm doing that again. That was definitely a PB there for sure. Never not been able to stop one after that long of a fight with 30 pounds. And it ain't that loose. He was just peeling it. All right, I'm going to go all the way down there and break it off or wrestle him free. Probably going to break it off. I don't think he's there anyway. All right. Didn't help. It took me too long to get here either. Might as well get this one recasted. Hey, Rod, just lost a monster. We picked a hell of a time to walk away from the rods. Sat here with no bites for an hour, so we took a walk, catch some little baby fish, and that rod went down, and a monster. I've caught a 42, so I know what a 42 feels like. That was bigger. Much, much bigger. Especially considering we're in a lake, not a river. Just gonna throw the one out there. This has got the 30-pound braid on it. Size 4, bigger hook. I said to myself, fishing in the buoys are going to be a problem. Fine to catch little fish, but you got to think of the big fish when you set up somewhere with buoys. They know where they are. Ain't the first time he's done that. All right, we'll catch a few more small fish over here. See what's biting, and then we'll re-rig the other rod. I was trying to get an angle on him. I can't go on the dock. I didn't want to break the rules. Probably should have just ran out on the dock, but I don't know. You don't want to know, Alicia. That's the second PB I've lost in 3 days. I got to start fishing with PBs on my mind because PB setups aren't always great. You're going to catch a lot less, but you catch those fish. I should have brought my 50-pound setup. Then I could just zero drag and just haul his butt right in. Pretty bad when you can't stop them with 30 braid. Caught 50-pound flatties with that, no problem, but carp are just so much stronger. feel better with that rod in there anyway. At the moment, I wanted to get it on camera too. I mean, I probably wasted another half a minute right there when he was pulling line on me, but I am I am fishing for you guys. So I've made that decision long ago. If it means losing a fish to get it on camera, so be it. I try to get it on camera. Hey, Rebecca. Oh, what did Rod say? Don't listen to Rod. He loves when I break off. I went through a spell where I lost like 7 fish in a row a year ago. Rod was loving it. Sometimes we can get on the crappie really good here. That's the only reason I'm messing with this little rod. See if they're in here. Nothing but baby bluegills right now. But you'll tell me there's going to be some nice largies around. If the bluegills are up on the edges like this, Rod loves when you break off, but not when he does. Just want to cry. There you go. Oh, lost that one too. Lost that one too, Rod. I'm watching that rod closely. Yeah, they always broke me off excuse. I don't know if you could see the buoy. The buoy was like coming towards us. I tried to drag the buoy in. I don't know what they got holding it down, but it's pretty heavy. That would have been pretty funny, bringing the buoy and the fish. Dang. I mean, I've never really caught any big ones down this way. Only like 20 pounders, nothing. 125 I caught out of here, but nothing bigger than that. I caught a 30 up from here on the same lake, but different, like a mile from here. Get you into that corner. Jimmy off of weighing it down. Oh, that was a good one, Luke. I was just bad-mouthing Mad Cats for the last hour. I should have had my Mad Cats rod out here. That's called karma. Really, it's the fact that I was all the way over here. It took me like over a minute to get there and start reeling. And he had all the line he needed because I had the drag loose. I'm not a fan of the loose drag when you're fishing with structure. If they know where the structure is, they're going to get to it real quick. You're better off putting all the weight on the pole and letting it, I don't know. I feel like there's a hit. Let's get down there. I feel like people always tell me, loosen that drag, but I don't think they fish live because it's a lot going on. I'm going to turn you guys around. This pole just getting tapped here. We're not going to miss another one today. Let's rig up the other carp rod and get that back in. Hey, Fish Tough, what's going on? There's an awesome channel right there. Appreciate you stopping in here. Just lost a freaking monster carp. We couldn't stop. It wrapped us around the buoy. Dang near swam out to get him too. Yeah, Fish Tough's a great channel. It's a lot like how we run things. See us fishing, see us pop up at a fillet table later, see us cooking it for dinner. Trying to bring the realness back to YouTube. Let's get that zoomed in. We got one lonely rod there. We're going to get a second one in. Just a little carp fishing today. Tomorrow we'll be back on trout and carp and bass, but today we're trying to get. That's awesome, Fish Stuff. Glad to see I finally popped up on your feed there. Yeah, I pop in there quite often. Long time buddies with Trapper. I lived in Alaska for years. I guided up on the Hulitna River for salmon out of high school. I'm 50 now. Getting tapped here. Walking into the office. All right, I'll be loud and annoying so you get in trouble with your boss. Honest. Let's get this other rod re-rigged here. I'll put another method feeder, hair rig, and time for me to order some more. I'm almost out of them. Yeah, my PB is 42 pounds, and I can't prove it, but I know that was bigger than 42. That was a good fish. Good job, algorithm. Yeah, we do all multi-species. Yeah, I live in Pennsylvania now. So we just go after whatever seems to be biting. We fish live every day, 10 to 2 Eastern Standard Time. Got the fillet table on the porch. We like to, there's a carp rolling right to the right here. They all seem to be rolling at the same depth out. I've noticed that right off the beach. Like this is basically a beach up to your like armpits going out. They're about armpit that deep out there. No, I'm in IT. We don't get in trouble. That's true. You guys are in demand. You'd probably mess with somebody pretty good if they mess with you. We'll go with a lighter one. Yeah, this time, man, that fish hits it. I'm going to you're going to see me fly off screen because I'm going to take the angle on it and go ballistic on it. Oh, yeah. Yo, Gerald, what's going on, brother? Talk about another person I don't see anymore. How you been, buddy? Yeah, that was one monster, all right. That was one monster. Hopefully he's all right. Once that line breaks, I don't have a stopper on it. I don't use stoppers for that reason. Once the line breaks on a method feeder, it'll roll backwards and pop right off. So at worst, he's just got a size 6 hook in him. So fish like that, that's nothing but a lip ring. He might be cooler than the other carp now. 50 Cent, what's going on? Yeah, I'm going to be up early tomorrow fishing. And like I said, I might go pick up the kayaks tomorrow. We're getting 4 kayaks. Selling my boat and getting kayaks. And we're going to hit a lot of these spots, and we're going to get out there away from the crowds that follow us. Go where they can't go, basically. Punk carp, right? Been good. Awesome, Jared. Good to hear that. You still doing your late night lives? I mean, I can't do those late night stuff. I get up at 4. Yeah, Onyx. Oh, there's hits. There's hits. There's hits. It's going to go down. It's going to go. hit it and there's some slack. If we didn't have the wind, I could kind of gauge it and know if it was worth reeling down on. But with the wind, I'm going to err to the side of letting them hit it again. It could just be on the pack and not on the actual bait. So play it cool. Oh, is he hitting it again or is that the wind? Come on, we need a takedown. Don't do that crap. Take that sucker down. I'm going to try and start going live more, but we'll see. I don't get much love from live streams anymore, so I just fish. Oh, it sucks, man. I always liked your live streams, man. I always liked them. I just couldn't hang in them long. And since I stopped working, I don't have chronic, what is that? Insomnia. I would always be in JBT's live streams with insomnia, hating my life. Be like 3 a.m. and I'm watching them, and then I got to go to work in like 2 hours. But I took early retirement. I got the heck out of there. Took the first package they offered, and I'm retired. They were like, "Can you hang on a couple more months? We're really busy." I'm like, "Stripers are in. I'm out of here." I served my time. JC, no, I haven't caught a mermaid. Skeeter has. Make sure you go sub up the Skeeter. He's caught a mermaid. Hey, Tim. Welcome in, buddy. Welcome in. I'm getting another rig set up here behind the screen. I remember you going, "Do you?" and then the bite. Yeah, forget whatever I was saying. I ain't gonna remember. There was a carp jumping out there on the buoy. Hope he ain't stuck on that buoy. Shoot, he could be. I might have to go rent a boat today. I think they rent them here. If that thing comes up again, like he's stuck on that buoy, I swear I'll go over there and rent a boat. Ride out there. Be epic. All right, Hunter, have a good day at school. Shoot, I should have rented a boat the second that rod went down. Let me get this done. I'm not half paying attention to you guys, half paying attention to my rod. It's not done here. I think the other one I'm going to throw to the right of the buoy. The wind's in my favor then. I just went to the left because I saw him jumping to the left, but I've seen him jump to the right now. Might as well. Wait, don't give him hell. Behave and get good grades. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, while you're there, you might as well try. It ain't for everybody, but you might as well try. Got to be there anyway, right? Appreciate it, Dorothy. 32 watching, 124 thumbs up. Let's see if I got it. After telling me I don't put any split shot on, I got to do it on this one because I don't have my little finger on this one that stops it. Alright, so that's what the method feeder looks like. There's supposed to be a little thing here that kind of stops it. There ain't. So I'm going to put a metal split shot on. That'll do the same thing. That's where the pack bait's going to go to. That comes down to our hook. I don't know if you can see this or not. And that's the fake corn with the bait stop. That's going to go inside the pack bait. so we can go down and lose another giant fish. Let's try it. Might as well throw the catfish rod back out and get some bait on that as well. Yeah, it'd be nicer with a big fat fish in it, JBT. We lost a monster right before you came in here. Were you doing the verticals or the horizontal? The verticals seem to be big time getting pushed. I hung in the horizontals as long as I could, but there was zero. There was like the same 5-10 people coming in. And then they made it like impossible to set up. It was a pain in the butt to pop up. Rod's getting hit already on the right. There's something out there nibbling. I'll have to check baits sooner than later. I think they're stripping me pretty good, pretty quick out here. This, we just got an 8/0 hook on, a little bit of weight. I'm gonna send that out with a perch head. When I cut the heads off for bait, I leave the guts in. So I cut up by the head meat, and then I cut down on an angle so the guts kind of hang in there. That's how I treat my $25 rod. I just throw it there. If I lose it, I lose it. I only got 2 good rod holders. Woo! Big old carp right there off the dock. Yeah, exactly, Fish Tough. Everybody's just, you know, watching on the go. I do all my member stuff on the horizontal one because I know some of my members like to watch it on the TV, and just, I think I put a lot of kids to sleep. When I first got it started, people used to come up to me and say, "Oh, I use your videos to put my kids to sleep." I'm like, thanks. So a lot of horizontal for the members. The vertical during the day just seems to be, you know, especially I'm on 10 to 2. But I think besides all that, they're definitely being pushed because they're YouTube's trying to keep up with like TikTok and stuff like that, and that's all vertical feeds on kids' phones. So the outdoor lifestyle. What's up, Jackson? Good morning. I think we got to check that left rod already. It's been getting hit a few times. I think it's stripped. 2 carp just jumped out there, so there's some good numbers over there. Snag heaven out there. I got to bring it in like a maniac. I'm going to catch one of these carp. Got to get a carp while Fish Tough's watching. I like to call them mud salmon. That one's a little close to the dock, but these dang fish, that's what they do. They go to the dock, they go to the buoys, and they just hang there. Dare you to hook them. But since this time of year, maybe it'll pick up. Live streams. Yeah, I've kind of given up on trying to figure it out and just kind of do my own thing. I'm home eating a can of skinless, boneless sardines and olive oil. Slab, that's what Kevin likes. When we go out fly fishing in the winter, there's some like Class A streams that we fish. That's our go-to, man. We'll take leftover pizza and those sardines because they come with the oil. You can throw them right in the pan, cook them out like on an MSR stove and throw them right on the pizza. I'm telling you, it's awesome. So damn good. Venture for adventure. Oh yeah, man. Guys, got to get Fish Tough. I like his channel because a lot of times when I'm running and gunning and the feed's going in and out and everybody's losing their crap saying we can't see. I'm like, yeah, I know. You know, I try to give you all a good picture, but there's a lot of times where that's just the reality of when we're trying to get on something special. You don't need like, you know, perfect views. I was watching those guys fishing off that little boat catching rockfish. Like that's real fishing. Love it. I'm okay with not being able to see once in a while. You know what's going on, part of the action. Feel like you're on the boat. Mr. Frosty, what's up? What's up? Found this channel by accident. Now you remember. Look at you now, Maddie. I think we all found this channel. He's on all the time, man. He's the real deal. Fish Tough's awesome. Love it. One of my favorite channels for sure. Oh man, he rolled right there. Carp are jumping. I'm going to zoom out a little bit because I know I'm going to have to take this fight to him when it happens. You know what I mean? I'm not going to be able to sit back and let the rod do anything. I'm going to have to fight this fish to get him off the docks, get him off the buoy. I appreciate that, Onyx. Yeah, anywho. Northern, formerly known as TikTok. This is the second PB I've lost in 3 days, so still doing pretty good, but that's kind of weighing heavy on me. I lost what I think was my PB largemouth, and today I have no doubt in my mind that was the biggest carp I've ever fought. It just took me around the buoy. I couldn't stop him. I mean, retrospectively, I should have locked out the drag completely, but I know the hook would have pulled, but knowing the result now, I would have risked it the other way. But you got to remember, I'm coming off last week where I pulled hooks out of 4 carp in one day. before we started landing them. They fight different on different days, you know. It's frustrating sometimes. They're a heavy hitter for freshwater, that's for sure. Yeah, I mean, you got to do what you want to do, too. Luke, I only fish there at night. It's the only time it's worth fishing there is overnight. Those fish, I swear, are nocturnal in that whole lake. Rod to the right just had some slack. Let me go see what we're dealing with. Can't believe I boogered that one up. Scooter and Melissa, we'll go back last year. You'll see me fishing here every day for about a month, Bouncer. This is like 4 minutes from my house. This is right here. You guys remember that boat? That's where Kristen caught her 7-pounder. This is the shore that we did our catch and cooks when the great heron stole my bird. Yeah, we spent like a whole month in the fall fishing here. But yeah, Scooter fished here lately too. Getting hard to fish at night. Yeah, he was on the dock that I fished and found yesterday too. Did you see that slab? Did you see the spot down on the river? Did you see that one? That was also my spot. So yeah, I'm here today. Figure it out. You know what I'm putting down? Damn right I'm here today. Almost everything by the water out here. Coastal Virginia is private. Even on the beach, can't you walk down? Are you like beach fishing? I don't think anyone go in the sand. This spot's got a huge bank to it too, so it's a nice spot to fit a ton of people. All my other spots, it's like one spot that I find. It's like a hole in the wall, which are great, but then when somebody else takes your spot, you're screwed. I hate this rod holder. Stupid Walmart rod holder. I gotta order another one from Dave. These cheap rod holders drive me nuts. There's Melissa. What's going on, Melissa? They're still rolling. They're definitely rolling, but lost a freaking monster around the damn buoy, though. I want to go down by the jetty, but there's 2 guys down there. That's a good spot, too. Well, there we go. We'll just prop that one up off screen on the bench over there. That's just the little circle hook for catfish. It's not going to catch much today. Yeah, it's cool. It's nothing against you guys, but someone's going to come in and say that I stole this spot from you. I mean, that's just freaking ridiculous. That's what I'm pissed off about. Meanwhile, I get my kids on the bus. I go to the last 4 days where I fished. There's somebody in every single one of them after not seeing in any, and nobody fishes those spots for the last 2 years. I get there and there's a crowd. That's just the way it is. This spot isn't like those spots. This spot's wide open. You've got the whole coast. You got the whole coast. A lot different than, you know, an 8-foot dock that you can't fish to the right of or to the left of. That's all. All right, Josh, have a good one, bro. Why you got to plan your own birthday, though? Yeah, I know it is. I guided on rivers for years up there out of high school up in Alaska, and it's same crap. We had a 150-mile long river. There was one other dude on the whole river. So we had like 5 years just going at it, man. And then float planes found out about it, and they started flying guests out. And dude, I would bust my ass spending 4 hours, countless gas money to get in there, put a tent up, and we'd go out for salmon the next day. And this rich dude from, you know, Anchorage would fly in and drop a guy off just like that, right in front of us. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. That was every day. Sorry, dope. Sorry about that, bro. All right, let's try to be more positive. Try to be more positive. I know you're going through crap, man. I went through a lot of crap about a year and a half ago, Dope Channel. I'm telling you, man. Think it through. Think it through. Take your time on it. Some things you can't change. Appreciate it, Fish Tough. That rod on the left just keeps tapping. Just keeps tapping. This is not good having the catfish rod over there. I kind of forgot it was out there. I need to put it somewhere where I can see it. I'm gonna look over there and it's just gonna be gone. Nah, Tim. No good. I lost a freaking monster carp today, man. Lost a monster. I'm kind of like devastated from it. I decided to go cast around the trout magnet for some small fish and was catching little tiny bluegills under the dock like a goofball. And the rod went down. And by the time I got to it, he had, 100 yards of line out because I had the drags too loose. And when I finally tried to get him back under control, he hung a right and went right behind that buoy in front of us, and I couldn't get him out. It was game over. He knew what he was doing. When I'm depressed, I pretend I know how to do karate in my apartment. I'm sure your landlord loves that. Yeah, I got ticked off as I went down where I've been fishing, and I've been fishing that spot last couple of weeks on and off. The cop, if you guys remember, the cop came down and was like, I never see anyone down here. There was like no signs anyone's been fishing it. Now there's like trash down there. There's McDonald's bags flying around. I picked up a whole bunch of trash last night. A bunch of line laying next to the dock. I don't care if people take your spot, but just clean up after yourselves. That's all I'm going to say. I'll show you right now what I picked up. That's what was on our dock. A sausage breakfast sandwich, McDonald's. Somebody had a nice sausage breakfast sandwich. Went over to McDonald's and then went fishing on the dock yesterday. So we cleaned their mess up. So was it yours, Melissa? I didn't tell it was yours. Was it your bag? You guys have McDonald's? If it's not, I ain't talking about you, so don't worry about it. I know you guys were down there. That's fine. I don't care. I really don't. Like I said, a bunch of trash down there today. Can't. Why can't you take your exams? I'm sure as shit hoping that ain't your trash. I didn't think it was your trash. Yeah, I'm not saying it's their trash. I'm just telling you like it is. I'm tired of losing fishing spots because people follow me around and leave trash behind. I'm sick of it. I had a whack job at my house last night. Right, I'll leave it go. I'm not talking about you guys. I don't know why you keep taking it on that I'm talking about you two. I mean, shoot, Mario goes down there too. I'm not talking about Mario. I'm not talking about Mario's significant other either. That's cool. I'm moving on. Yeah, I had someone in my house last night. I had to call the police. They came to my neighbor's house thinking it was my house. It's good times. I'm a little pissed off today. I carry. But you pull your gun out, you better use it. That's how I was brought up. All right, yeah, crazy people looking for fishing spots. They thought they knew me or something. All right, we're gonna make it positive. Can't carry in Ontario. Yeah, come on, fish. Northern fishing outdoors. Got a really strong slingshot. Where was the stand-up comedian used to do a bit on 22s? Might have been is it Bill Burr? Is that his name? Bill Burr? Doesn't sit William Burr? He used to do a bit on home protection with a 22. Maybe it was even a BB gun. He used to laugh at it like it was this tiny gun, but still it's loud. You're not gonna, you're not gonna continue a robbery after being hit with one. You're gonna have to run outside and at least regroup before re-entering the house. Fishy, welcome in, Fishy. There's Trapper. What's going on, buddy? Good to see you. Fishing Tough stopped by earlier. Well, screwing up. I lost a monster today out here. I think I blew my opportunity for a good fish today. They're rolling, but I think they're real close to spawning here. I'd like to get a look at one of these, see if they still got their eggs or if we're fishing post spawn already. Stinko? Is that a new bait, a Stinko? I got a wacky rig. I'm sorry, I don't take advice from guys who ride e-bikes. I better get off this subject too, because YouTube don't like that subject, I'll tell you that much. Don't be, I can ride my big belly. I liked it, man. I thought it was hilarious. And then all the haters came in, which made it even more fun. There was a lot of anti-American hate in that stream. They were really, apparently it's a very American thing to ride an e-bike. I thought it was kind of a global thing, but you seem to trigger a lot of folks from around the world. People were coming after Turner. Yeah, it was funny, man. I just thought it was funny. The first time the guy goes out of his house with his camera. This is why he hides in his basement tying jigs. They came after him. They get back in your basement. Yeah, I've been playing on Rumble. I have all my hunting videos loaded there. They're all private, but I'm getting ready to launch over there sometime this year. But man, it's goof. There's some goofballs in there, man. Not that there's goofballs out here, but holy Lord. Darren Doe, what's going on? Randy, what's up? Everyone's doing the USA. I don't know if the guys who are listening and girls listening from outside the United States, do y'all have e-bikes? The one dude was like, "This is the problem with America. Everything you eat has sugar in it." I'm like, good God, you didn't even see the dude. He's just riding an e-bike. They didn't even see what his face looked like. They just right away it was like, "That's the problem with America. There's sugar in everything." I'm thinking of going casting at the dock again, guys. It didn't end well last time though. But see, this is why I do it. We're just staring at these two poles. They're not going anywhere. We could go down to that dock and try to catch something and see if we can hook another monster. Yeah, I'm pedaling, damn it. I think he said it like 10 times. I'm pedaling, damn it. Right. Yeah, if you're waist down, you could be Lance Armstrong. You know, other countries have warning labels on American imported candy. Yeah, pedaling does prevent dead e-bike batteries. Yeah, I don't say I totally disagree with them, but it was just kind of funny how they came at it. I missed what I'm still lurking. I was just posting and laughing at people fishing for trout down by the road. Dusty, crunchy road dirt. That sounds good. That sounds delicious. Yeah, I know. It's funny is like I've traveled a good bit, and I think it's a lot overblown. Like I think some people like to say that online, but now there are a few places out in the world where I definitely felt not invited, not welcome. But for the most part, I think it's just governments hating other governments. That rod don't look right on the right, does it? So that's why I don't talk politics here, because I try to leave all that crap out of it. We're going to go on another mission and see if we can lose another fish. Take the ultralight. I don't want to lose this other wacky rig. Take the wacky rig. Go down, play on the dock again. If it happens again, I'm just going to say it's not my day and go back to bed. My oversized rod. This oversized rod. I was using it for something weird. I think I was doing like straight corn for carp, and I needed a little heftier rod. So I got like an ultralight reel on this like, what is this thing? Medium heavy. Quarter ounces. Oh, I had a fish. I had one right here at the edge. Man, a little bass. This would be actually a good setup. I mean, you have a little bit heftier reel. This would be good for like blues, actually. Quarter ounce jigs. Fish ain't even big enough. The worm's bigger than it. Sure, some e-bikes, maybe scooters. It's probably coming. I would bet you that it's coming because about 10 years ago, I mean, I'm a cyclist. Like, a former professional cyclist. I hated e-bikers with vengeance. I hated them. And then I was just like, you know what? It's kind of fun because finally somebody can kind of like keep up with me. It was fun to race people, even if they're smoking a cigarette next to me. It was at least it was somebody to race and pass the training time with. And then my son got one because he has issues. You know, I don't like to talk about it publicly, but it's a reason. And he loves his e-bike. And then I saw him get outdoors and get exercise on it because you're still pedaling. At least he ain't sitting there inside his house all day. And then I started riding, and I was like, damn, this thing's sweet. I would ride that. I was real close to getting rid of one of my cars and just going with the e-bike to get around. His will do like 25 miles an hour, and he'll get like 80 miles or something on it before he has to recharge. It's pretty wild. I don't know how fast this thing drops. Try out there by the boat. Sometimes these rangers get a little uptight if you're casting at their boat. I think my chat froze. Yep. Hey, Cindy. Crazy K, crazy life. Sorry, my chat froze. Let me try to get caught up real quick. I should be back live tonight. Got the power back. Going to crank out some jigs. Awesome. Sneaking a few slices of sugared ham before I put it in the oven. All right. Probably setting to override. Almost 30. Yeah, Crappy said Crappy Man Jigs had his going like 30 miles an hour. It's insane. Hey, Joseph Swartz, I appreciate that. Squirrel! My PA bro right there. All right, let me see if I catch one of these bigger bass before I put my trout magnet on. Right in that spot right there is where I used to catch a ton of crappie. That last opening before the L. Used to pile up on that in the fall. Probably a swim bait would be pretty good right now since the baby bluegills are out. They gotta be some big bass chasing the sides, but I haven't seen anything blow up. Usually you'll see like the blow ups happening. What's that? Heard that. So that's the wacky rig. You guys probably know this, but that's wacky right in the middle. I'm not a huge fan. That's Kevin's setup. I like to do this one. Go through like this. And then I just pass it just barely on the side of it. So it hides the hook, but when it gets hit, that hook will pop right out. Plus it's weedless this way. That's the way. I don't know what that's called, but that's the way I do it. I don't have any weight on it. Moving to the creek, nice. Jason, welcome, welcome, buddy. Watching the rods. You know what happened last time we came over here? Out he goes. Whose birthday is it? Dang, Jason, happy birthday, brother. 42, getting gray. Dang. Make it a good one, buddy. Hope you have a good day. Try to get you a birthday fish here for Jason. One more cast with the bass rod, and then we're going to switch. Whoops. Let's cast it on my carp setup. Then we're going to go throw the ultralight around a little bit. Got a bunch of black cormorants out there. If you can see them out there. Looks like they're having a meeting. Trying to figure out how to eat all the fish in the lake. A fish? Nope, I hooked my other line like an idiot. Knew I was getting close to it. Be right back. I think I managed to break off both of them at the same time. All right. Well, heck with it. We're going to catch some baby fish first, and then we'll go tend to that nonsense. So hopeful we'll pull some crappie out of here. Between the docks loaded with them, but you're not legally allowed to fish there. I mean, I know I always see people fishing there. There's one just jumped right there. You got to wait till they come on this side to legally get at them. There he is. Anybody need bass bait? He just caught himself. What are you talking about, Rod? Look at that. Look how big he is. $45. It was weird. Yesterday we got about 30 perch and crappie yesterday. But we fished probably 6 hours, maybe 5 hours. And it was like 3 or 4 an hour or 5 an hour. It was like so slow. I don't really ever remember having that experience. Usually it's all at once like that. You get a couple bursts of nonstop, like a whole pod came by and you just hammer them. It was so spread out yesterday. It was just a weird day of fishing. I kept telling, like we didn't have a signal so we couldn't go live, and I kept telling Kevin, I'm like so glad we're not live because it's so weird. Like it was the slowest day of fishing, but we still had a cooler of fish by the end of the day. It was weird. Look out. I'm going to go down towards the dock a little bit. I think you'll be able to see me. You can see that tree. Just woke up. What's the count? Not doing good, Steve. Not doing good. We broke off a PB, brother. Lost a monster. And that's pretty much it. They're rolling out here, but they're not hooking up. I think I just snagged my one line, so I really only have one rod down there in. But we'll see if we get anything on it. Got some good bait up here though, Steve. Lots of little tiny fish. There's a nicer one. This is a nicer fish today, Steve. This is what we're catching. Got a bait tank? Throw them right in. Skeeter. Little greenies. They're all green sunfish. Same fish. No, that one was bigger. Sadly, that one was bigger. They're all right on the edges, like they're afraid to go out. So there's something out here. I don't want to go back over to my rod because I know it's snagged. I hooked that line and I pulled it this way, and then that line hooked up, and then my bass rod I snapped off. So I know that's going to be snagged. And I don't have another rig, so I'm just going to take my time on it. Maybe it'll get hit and unsnagged in the process. Maybe I'll run up to the car and get one of those little power worms. We catch everything with those power worms. Yeah, I don't know where I'm going tomorrow. The boys are off from school, so I'm going to be fishing early. I'm going to go down to the river somewhere, I think. I don't know. I really should be loading up on bait and go after some flatheads tomorrow, but I think we can probably. I've got plenty of fish heads right now from yesterday's adventures. Could probably still grab a few bluegill pretty quickly tonight if I need them after work. There was a hit. There's a good one right there. Definitely biggest of the day. There he is. 12-pointer. I'll let him go. Let him go, let him grow. MVP, what is up? Yeah, no school tomorrow, election day. So I'm going to try to get out there 5 a.m. That's going to be my summer hours, basically, on the channel, 5 to 9 in the morning. That way, if the boys don't want to come with me, I'm back by, 9 a.m. And we can still do whatever we want during the day. And the fishing's going to be better that hour anyway. So that's a 3-pound stick roll rod. You're keeping score. What the heck was that? Hold on, let me cast out here. He came up like a muskie with his snout out of the water. Probably just like a carp fin, but it looked more like a muskie. I don't think they're in here anymore though. Haven't heard anyone catch a muskie in here since the 90s. Don't know where they all went, but they used to stock them in here. Now you can catch them in the creek, but not in the lake. Better to do. Power's still out. Might as well fish. Power's always out fishing, Mike. You know that. I know everybody is off next Monday. Oh, is that Memorial Day already? Wow. Yeah, they don't get done till June now. They don't get done till almost June. Thank you, Norm. Trying to enjoy the day. I lost a monster carp. So honestly, I'm kind of really bummed because of that. Break off a giant, you feel like you just need to give up for a while. I don't know how to explain it. And I lost a monster 2 nights ago too. I've been on a really good stretch till today. Well, till 2 days ago, we'll say. Even though I was still catching them, still had a really good week of fishing. I still have to go back to my live to see if I can see that huge bass that I lost. I was fishing off of like a drop, so I don't think you can see the water. But if you can, that would be pretty cool. Because I know you can see it. If the camera was on the water, I know you'll be able to see it. Because that thing came up sideways. He must have been like hogtied. Came up sideways and just laid on the surface and then freaked out and spit the hook. There he is. I thought I saw Jamie. What's going on, Jamie? Welcome in. By the way, I'm up to 3.6K. Oh, are you talking subs? Awesome, Mike. That's awesome, man. I just hit 5, I think. Yeah, I just hit 5. I stopped counting them. It got annoying after a while. Watching them go up, watching them go down. But 5 I was paying attention to because that's kind of big. I think the next one I'll pay attention is probably 10. But I've seen people with 100,000 and nobody's in their lives, you know. So I don't really worry about it too much. Woo! Baby, that was a nice carp just rolled right there. That's why we take beer with us. Yeah. If I didn't work after this, today would be a day where I needed a brew. I try not to day drink, because once you have one, it feels like another. What the heck is that? The fish right here. I see it. Is that a carp? Hey, I'm going to catch a carp on a trout magnet. My buddy fishes near here, and he caught one a couple nights ago on a trout magnet. If you're on Fish Brain, look up Can't Catch Enough is his name. Look, you can see him coming up. It just came up. Oh, there's that other thing. That must be a snake or something. There's that thing again. I said looked like a muskie coming out. I think that's a snake out there. He's trying to eat this fish. This fish might be dying that we're trying to catch. You see him going towards the boat? That's the snake. And then right in front of him was a carp. There's the... What is that? I don't know what that fish is. Oh, dang, I caught a fish. Of course I caught a fish. In case it's a bass, I'm going to throw this right out there like that. It almost looks like a giant white sucker. Just in case it's a largie, I'm going to throw the whole bluegill out there. Look, there he is again. You see him out there? What the heck is that? He don't look healthy, whatever he is. I really think that snake's trying to eat him. Nah, it's not a mussel. He's not that big. He's only like maybe 20 inches. Kind of look like a big white sucker, though I don't really see many in here. He was moving like a carp, but he didn't look like a carp. He was too skinny. I really don't know what he is. Probably a white sucker that's sick, because they don't normally swim like that. And then the snake was behind it, which is just a really weird turn of events there. All right, let's go tend to the carp rod. Faced reality. I know I broke that off. No, Skeeter. No, Looks interesting out there. It's windy. We're kind of protected here from the wind, but yeah, it is windy out there. It's kind of why I chose this spot today. In the end, it was just about blocking us from the wind. tomorrow we're going to be either on the river or the creek. It's Kevin's call, river or creek tomorrow. Nah, we don't have any venomous water snakes here. Here comes the snag. I know it's snagged. I know it. Yep. Yep. I'll leave you guys on this rod. I'm going to go try to get this thing off. Could have been a mermaid. I got the method feeder back, but I lost my hook. I think I got another hook. Let me get this one recasted first, and then we'll go play. Chilly out here, but I'm not going to complain because I know I'm going to be sweating my butt off in a couple of weeks. Get you guys zoomed in on this, turned around, all that stuff, and then I'm going to get the other rod back out there. Damn, we got 62 people hanging out. That's awesome. All right, Onyx, welcome back. Khalik, welcome in. Jacob Wenzel. I guess we're trying to catch carp. There's an outside shot at catfish here, but usually just a bullhead. So I'm really trying to catch carp. Lost probably what would be my PB. I can't prove it, but he went out and wrapped himself around that buoy. We were tooling around, fishing for little fish with the jig, and that rod went down big time. It took me like a whole minute to get to it. By the time I got that fish under control, he had me beat. That's the only thing I could say about that. He whooped my butt. He whooped my butt. But that just, that's a wake-up call when you're sitting there fishing. You can't just be expecting a 20-pounder. Like, you got to be expecting, I fish every day. You're going to run into some monster fish. You got to be prepared for them. I was not. As long as you're just one of those, Skeeter. Not 10 of them. Skeeter's a professional. The Skeeter show doesn't even need fishing. He just fishes to add another element. The Skeeter show is just fine right from his house. Fishing is just a bonus. That's not, I'm pretty sure that was a snake, not one of these snake birds. Jamie's still in here. That dude took us out on his boat when we were down in South Carolina. Was it him? No, maybe that might have been while we were in Florida. That might be Random J. They had something called a snake bird down there. And these birds go underwater and they come up and they look like snakes. I wonder if it was that. Hey, Jamie Brown, welcome, welcome. I meant to say hi to you earlier. Maybe I forgot or missed it. I thought I said it. I'm rigging again behind the scenes. I've donated yet another rig to the lake. I'm good like that. Okay, here's my cutters. I do have my catfish rod out there. There's Orp. What's going on, Orp? Good to see you. Dang, it is a little chilly. It's a little chilly. That rod just going a little bit there. I don't have bells, so I got to keep an eye on these rods today. You're not going to hear the bells. Skeeter took all my bells. I'm just kidding. I know I have about 100 bells in about 100 different places. I just have to gather them up. You like that view? Are you being facetious? Never know to believe you or not, Skeeter. Could be all pixelated. You like Minecraft. It probably looks like Minecraft out here right now. Come on, Rod. Go down. Oh, it's listening. That rod listened to me. Go all the way down. That was a Skeeter hit right there. Well, that rod goes down to be a nicer view, Skeeter. That was one of those Skeeter hits where it makes him run to his rod and he stares at it. Then it does nothing till he sits back down and then it goes off again. It seems to happen all the time. To Skeeter, not to me. Those fish are getting Skeeter in shape. Getting them running back and forth 50 times a night. Come on. Work with me, stupid line. Yeah, I'm serious. I think I'm done with braid. It's just not worth it. It's such a pain in the butt to tie knots in. And I find it just really cumbersome. All it needs now is the catch and release only sign. Yeah, when I first went up there, I fished with Skeeter. I thought for sure that was going to be a no trespassing, no fishing sign when I got there. Berkeley Trilene. There's Scooter's link right there. Oh, Lord. All right, let's try to get my, I don't know if I got there it is. Do I have another bait stop? That might be a problem. I think I got them all in my other car. This will work. Back from my appointment. What I missed, Bobby? Oh, not much. Just Melissa getting pissed off at me. Not much. Had a huge one on, wrapped me around the buoy, broke off while I was over there playing with bluegills. That's it. I got these cheap bait stops. They're horrible though. Yeah, I'll email you. If you got your email on your page, I'll email you. But I'm not going to rehash everything again here. Well, this is definitely a part now. There was just a lot of trash left at the site that I fished last night and you guys fished yesterday morning. That was kind of where the conversation went off the rails. I assumed it wasn't yours, but I think she thought I was implying it was. That's all. Other than that, I'll email you the details. So that's cheap. This is what happens. Nothing bad about carrying it. It's kind of a bait stop. Like the bait is stopped, but it looks like crap. Everything. I found some of your carp equipment, baiting needles laying down near the McDonald's bag. All right, dude. Oh, Lord. I'll be the better man and shut up, I guess. Find my grilled cheese sandwich too I left. Yeah, yeah. Very possible I left the baiting needle. A little different than throwing your whole McDonald's lunch bag and napkins away, though. It sounds like they need a hug. Shut up, Slab. All right, Scooter. You know what? You can go pound sand, bro. You know what? I wasn't even talking to you anyway. Talking in generalities of spots. But yeah, you do tend to hop in a lot of them, and that's fine. I don't care. But dude, I didn't do nothing, man. You came in here ready to go again. It's a fact we've been discussing on my channel for 6 months. No matter where I go, nobody's there. It's vacant spots that no one's been to. And then fishing lines start showing up. You fell into that whole thing by acting like I was talking to you when I was talking about McDonald's trash bags. I asked a simple question. Just let's talk off YouTube, man. It's nothing, man. Trying to get over it, try to leave it behind. It's definitely Trump's fault. I don't know how many times I can say it. I've tried to clear the air and say I wasn't talking directly to you guys. I mean, it's not any of those guys. Like, Len's down there all the time. I get along great with Len. Ted's there all the time. Steve's there all the time. Ed's there. Linda's there. It has nothing to do with that group of people. It's the fact that I've lost the fishing spot that I used to go to in my hometown. That spot's completely off limits now because the township shut it down because of trash. That's where I was ranting. Jody, what's going on? Scooter, I try to be clear to you. You want to talk online, then you can kiss my butt and get out of here. All right? I gave you a chance to call me. You can email me. You can talk to me. But you want to come in here and throw your little weight around? Go pound sand, bro. Find your own spot. Yeah, there's a little backstory, Steve. It got heated earlier today, man. I just need to cool off. There was a bunch of trash left at the spot last night. Kev was getting all pissed off. He was walking around picking up trash. I told you I had no problem with them coming down. We were joking about it when you were down there with me. We were joking about the pack bait. I said, I knew it was Scooter from the pack bait. I was pissed off at all the trash left. I know. It don't matter, man. It don't matter. Just before we all forget this, I mean, if you really want to know, and I don't give a shit, but it was really Slab that started it, and I don't have a problem with Slab but he didn't do anything wrong. Slab the kind of like jokingly implied that I stole Scooter's spot today because they were fishing here yesterday. And I was like, hell yeah, I did. Because, the last 4 spots I fished, the next day I found Scooter in them. So that's kind of what started the whole thing. But I'm going to be done with it now. Yeah, positive vibes. Trump leave Slab alone. Slab started that fire, freaking poured gas on it, and walked out of chat and went to his doctor's appointment. I got a third one over there on my professional bench rod holder there. Yeah. He's got big shoulders. We can blame Slab. Hey, Brittany. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. Rod on the right just had a little nudge there. If I hook up this time, you're going to see me run backwards with the rod pretty quick. That last one went right around that buoy, so I don't want that to happen again. I got the drags pretty darn tight, so I'm going to hook up and just back right up. He's relieving. What is, I'm afraid to ask Brittany, but what does deshed means? He's refusing to deshed. I've been watching this channel for months, and at this point, I'm convinced PA gets no sunlight. Yeah, we soon will be getting sunlight, and it'll be phone melting sunlight and humidity. That left rod's getting hit too. Oh, de-shed. You got to shed them. I gotcha. Gotcha. I had a snake like that where I had to help him with the shedding. It's like, dude, what would you do if you're in the wild? Roach is here for the breadcrumbs. Nice. Blue tongue skink. One of these rods got to go. I mean, there's definitely fish around. I'm seeing them roll all about that 30-yard line out. They're all at the same depth. I don't know if they're just spawning or what. They are kind of coming up on their side, so I am thinking a good number of them are spawning. I'll try to work things out. I mean, I don't know. You're live. I don't know if I said something over the line or not, but it is what it is. But I got nothing against either one of them. I mean, I fish with a ton of people down there. We share our spots with a ton of people. We fish with a ton of people. As long as they're cool and respectful. Look at these guys moving in on my spot. These guys right here are trying to steal my spot now. Look at this. Not today. Get out of here, geese. Look at these little munchkins. That reminds me, we were talking to a ranger yesterday while we were perch and crappie fishing. And apparently they've been catching people using baby ducks as bait there. I guess they're musky fishing. But he said he went up to this dude and he had a bucket and he had a baby duck in there for bait. I was like, dude, that's ridiculous. Yeah, the babies are cute. Except you know what they're going to turn into. Hey, Jody69, what's going on? Yeah, they do get mean, especially when they're with their babies. You probably could. You probably could use a full live one. I mean, back in the 90s, I remember guys throwing live squirrels for musky bait down where I caught my big one. Hey, Todd, welcome in, buddy. No, Jody, we had a monster. Well, we caught a couple bait fish, but we caught a monster carp that we couldn't land. It wrapped us around the buoy that you see out there. That was it. Just sitting here regretting life decisions. I've got one rod that I know I could have just hauled that thing in, 50-pound line, but the hook probably would have popped out of its mouth. But I can't get that thought out of my head right now. I probably should have fished off the other end, but there was like two guys casting. They were like bass fishing off of, there's like a little peninsula, and that place is loaded with carp. But they were casting all around there, so I didn't want to set up just outside the range. They were moving in that direction, and they did. They moved all the way down that bank, so I went on the other side. Yeah, hooking a live squirrel could be pretty wild, Luke. I know a lot more about it than you would care to know, but it's really just rubber banded on. You probably know exactly where it happened too. It's a pretty popular spot back in the 90s for muskie. Still is, kind of. We had a pet squirrel for a while. My favorite memory of Jumpy the squirrel was it would be really brave. It would just hold on to you so you didn't have to carry it. And you'd walk outside and it might take about 10 steps away from you and then it would run back onto you. And one day my neighbor walked by and it decided to go up his pant leg and he freaked out. It's one of my kids' favorite moments in their life. The day Drew flipped out in her driveway. Tricky Ricky's going on, bro. Poor little slabby. J. Colby the goat is back. I can't buy a bite on the carp rod today. Let me check the catfish rod out of view here. Cast it over this way. That falls on the ground. That's my bite indicator. It's a circle hook. I'll just have to remember to pick it up and not set the hook, but just give it pressure. It should set up. It's been pretty chilly here, I guess, too, Onyx. I don't know. It's probably more normal. This is probably what it's supposed to be. It seems like the last few years it's just gotten so hot. But we're getting soaked like crazy this year, and I know parts of the UK are drought. I know Australia, I think, was drought. No, I might be wrong. UK definitely is going through some drought. Scotland, that's it. Scotland's in drought. So, I don't know. Yeah, I'm Jacoby. The first trick would be to fish in a spot that has catfish. There's not many in this body of water. Most of them are just the bullheads. Oh, there's a hit on the rod on the right. But yeah, I'm new to fishing, so I'm all ears. I caught a 35.5-inch pike on my live yet. Dude, that's awesome, Chaos. Dang, man, that's a huge one. What'd you catch him on? What was your bait? Heard that splash. I don't know what it was. 49 degrees. Somebody said it was like freezing. Maybe Iowa? It was like close to the freezing mark this morning. Yesterday evening. Jacoby, you must be from Skeeter's channel. That doesn't work around us, at least on the river. It doesn't work on our river. You fishing, that's probably, you fishing for blue cats maybe, but that don't work on flatheads around us. We've had people show up and try that on the dock. It doesn't work. They leave throwing livers. Catch my first whopper, plopper, and frog this summer. Never had any luck. That was only in the 40s. Yeah, so I guess it was probably Iowa then, because you're Ohio. Yeah, Donar, it never thaws out where you are. You're in like the coldest spot. Donar is up in North Dakota. Probably still got 60 inches of ice. He'd be out there ice fishing on July 4th, shooting fireworks off. Biggest fish I got was a minnow. Carp are minnows, Skeeter, just so you know that. Carp are literally in the minnow family. So there's that. Whoop, rod on the right, might go. There we go, another chance for me to screw up today, guys. Canadian fisher. Depends on your definition of catch. I hooked something today that I couldn't land. I did catch a monster carp. I want to say it was the biggest I've ever caught, but I can't prove it, so I probably shouldn't say that. But I've landed a 42 before, and I couldn't stop this one at all. I couldn't turn it, couldn't do nothing with it. Other than that, just a bunch of little bluegills when I was playing her with the jigging rod, trying to catch some crappie. But yeah, that's all. To effectively catch catfish, consider using chicken livers or other strong-smelling baits and fish at night. Jacoby, did you just Google that? That sounds like you just Googled that. Additionally, holdable lines as well, set your drag. Pretty sure Jacoby is really just Google. Black Rain, what's going on? Haven't caught a carp yet this year. Well, a good way to catch carp is to fish somewhere where they live, Skeeter. That's step number one. Do you know if they have carp in there? Because I think last time we talked about this, you weren't sure if they were grass carp or common carp. I've never caught a grass carp. In my opinion, I think they're dang near impossible to catch. But common carp are definitely catchable. 15-pound pike. Whoa, right there, left rod. Come on. Bump that. When fishing for catfish, take whole chicken breast, completely covered in garlic powder. It's a black bag. Yep. Yeah, I'm 50 years old. I've kind of been around the block. I know all those things, but it's worth sharing out in chat. It's good to know. Our good friend Bob has made a quick visit. I hope he hit the thumbs up before he got kicked out. Always a pleasure. Try again tomorrow. I think the only one really close to 15. It says average 35 inch. Neighbor guy, I guess it was 15. Yeah, there's many goats here, and you're dealing with a goat with his star next to his name, so that's a member goat. I have my fishing day due to circumstances showing serious fish, or I will get skunked, but either way, I will be with my family. Heck yeah. No, Skeeter, leave them out. Leave them out. What's so weird about this dude is I give him I lock him out 24 hours all the time. One day out of the blue, rod on the right's going. It might go down. One day out of the blue, he comes in and acts normal. So I don't know, maybe he took his meds that day. Yeah, he's a problem child. I probably should just hide him from the channel. But like a week ago, he came in and was like completely normal, asking fishing related questions. So he's definitely a fisherman because he knew some stuff, and you could just tell by the way somebody talks. And you have to be to come to somebody's channel and get kicked out of it 100 times. You got to be in the fishing. Muskie tastes great. Just don't put that on Facebook. You might have a bunch of haters following you around. He's probably an iPad kid. I don't know. It seemed like a really weird middle-aged type of comments that this guy makes. He doesn't talk about any video games. That rod on the right's jiggling. Another little hit on the rod on the right. It can be. I mean, it can be an expensive sport, but it can also provide food. So you got to weigh out that stuff. There's definitely cheap ways to do it. Everything that they sell tends to be overpriced and marketed. You got to keep in mind, that there's a lot easier ways to throw bait out and catch fish than buying a $30 lure that you're going to hang up in a tree. Right. Try ice hockey. Cycling. $13,000 bicycle. Yeah, it all gets expensive when you get into it at that level. Subi 9267. Hello there. We're getting the taps, just not the takedowns. I don't know if they're just kind of bumping into it. But there's a good bit of them. Good bit of carp rolling out here today. They're in here. All right, you're going to be live at 2, right, Skeeter? The 20-year-old equipment still works well. The investment. Yep, exactly. Yep. You get a good setup. You take care of it. I think what gets people are all the marketed items, especially lures. I'm convinced, like, knowing how to work your drag, knowing how to fight a fish. I can't say this today because I lost my damn fish. I'm just going to shut my mouth. I feel like I know nothing now. I'll preach about how to fish when I land a good fish again. Right now I'll be a listener. That fish crushed my soul today. I mean, it's always bad to lose a what would be a PB, but I think that's the second species PB that I've had on my line this week. It's tough. about to spend about $100 on Express Lures tomorrow. They have these knockoff jackhammers I want to try. Well, like I always say, Onyx, if it's my wife asking, it basically pays for itself in the amount of fish that you're going to be harvesting. That's one of the lies I like to tell her. Rodney Vickers, what's up? Vickers, is that the, not from the catfishing family, the Vickers, are you? I forget what Josh's son's name was, the basketball player. I'm telling you, fish tough, man. I'm telling you, I didn't even get over the last one. Probably one of the reasons I didn't want to go bass fishing today, to be honest with you. Now I'm not going to want to go carp fishing. I'm going to run out of fish to chase tomorrow. Like the Chinese online shops, I can shop like I'm a millionaire. Yeah, till you get the crankbait in and the thing just goes in circles. They don't even have, like, some of those, like, don't even have, like, what is it, the lip you have to, like, tune in a little bit? They don't turn. You can't even adjust them. They do look like dying fish, though. They all look like dying fish. So there's that. You can always jerk them like a dying fish. No, I don't agree with that, Maddie. I'm going to buy one of those lures that swims around on its own. Timu, yeah. Spinner bait that doesn't spin from Timu. I saw this raft this morning on Facebook. It's got little engines on the bottom, like little fan propellers. I'm totally getting that thing. It's $50. I gotta have that. I want to do a live, me going around the lake or a pond with the little jet engines on it, trolling out the back. It's like a lounge chair. It looks awesome. Ethan and Faith. Dang, we need to know the bloodlines of this Vickers character. Guy comes in for the first time and we're all asking him, who are you? I've never got anything from Timu. The helicopter lure, yeah, that was Jimmy Houston, right? Dude, I had the you guys probably already heard me say this 100 times, but I had the dying minnow. I was a big fan of that stupid minnow. Banjo minnow. I caught a ton of nice fish on the banjo minnow. I used to throw that when I guided in Alaska. I had that in my tackle box. You should see these grown-ass men giving me looks. I'm like, oh, watch this. I'd light up the pike with it. I thought it was Jimmy Houston. Bill Dance did that one too. Bill Dance was the guy I always watched. I thought that was Jimmy Houston, the helicopter lure. Maybe I might be thinking of a different lure. There was one that looked like a rotten banana. It was like a big flat jig head that fit into this rubber squid looking thing. You'd cast it and it would always drop down and to the right. So it was like marketed to fish under docks. You could cast it and it would fall backwards under the dock. It is Jimmy Houston. Yeah, because I think I would have remembered it being Bill Dance because I was a Bill Dance guy. I mean, Jimmy Houston's awesome too. Yeah, Onyx, it's hard to imagine that half that stuff was fake, I guess, but I guess it was. But it's still funny. It's what I think is really cool about those guys, going back and watching them. Like, they were doing something that didn't really exist. Like, that, it was pretty wild what they were doing. They were right at the edge of, like, you know, development and fishing and with cameras and stuff. So it's kind of cool that they even thought to get bloopers at that point in time. What are them little green bells for them? That's it. I am the real Roland Martin. We fished the same lake that Roland Martin was fishing down in Florida. What is that place called? I mean, it's a blown out place. Tons of people fish there, but it's a huge lake down there. I don't remember the name of it now. Somebody says it, I'll know it. Kurt Dowdy was the man. Heck yeah, bro. Heck yeah. Who was the other dude? It was Bill Dance, Roland Martin. There was like the trio. They always worked together on projects. Van Drew is like more of a local guy. He's cool. I met him in person several times. He used to come to the bait shop, believe it or not, right down the road from here because he was friends with the owner. He used to make turn cedar plugs, and he would do a bunch of trade shows, and they were actually like trying to market something or make something together. But they became good friends. Drew Gooden, kayak angler. No Drew Gooden. From Florida. Yeah, the Donkey Land's its nickname. I don't remember the name of it. We fished there. We caught an alligator. That's all we caught. There are people catching 10, 15-pound bass. We go there and we catch an alligator. Nope, not Lake Okeechobee. Hey, Ed, welcome in, buddy. Oh, left rod. Is it going to go? Headwaters. Headwaters, Ed. Headwaters Lake. Yeah, that was the name of it. You were out a couple nights ago, I think Steve said. Ed. Were you out flathead fishing? You were doing the tournament, right? He was saying there was like a canoer out there. Some dude in a canoe with the high water. Talk about crazy people. Holy Lord. Drew Gooden's a YouTuber I watched as a kid. Nice. It's funny how like most people know the same. Nah, it was just a tiny one. That the guy we were, yeah, we didn't even film. Well, we kind of did film it, and I deleted immediately. He's like, delete that, delete that. It was an accident. And then afterwards, he was like, you still got that footage? That's great footage. I was like, no, man, I deleted it. I thought you were going to go to jail, so I deleted it. Yeah, he freaking boat flipped it. When you go fishing with a bass, with a Florida man, he boat flips alligators. It was fun to get out on that lake. And then we turned around because the bite was dead. Nobody was catching anything on that lake that day. So he pulls the boat up. He's like, let's get out of here. Puts it on the trailer, and then we drive about an hour away. And we started fishing this like abandoned pond behind the grocery store. And we're catching like hard-headed cat, or the walking catfish was in there. Cichlids were in there. Mayan cichlids. And what else did we catch in there? Tilapia. So we picked up a couple of new species in there. That was like a multi-species trip that we took. We're trying to catch as many species as we could. Honestly, I think that was probably the best time of the whole trip. Fishing in this like abandoned pond. It was just a lot of fun. We parked the RV like right there. I pulled the RV up, and we made bluefish ceviche, and was eating that at the kitchen room table while fishing out the door. It was awesome. And there was like a Mexican restaurant there. We kept running in and getting drinks and food from. So much fun. Dang, 83 people in here. That's crazy. That's how I am, Slab. It's the little things, man. I like to fish hole in the wall places. I mean, there's the bald eagle down there. I think that's him. I like to fish those overlooked places. And that was pretty late in our trip. We'd already smashed the heck out of the saltwater on Random's boat. It was Random J. Then we went back the next day on kayaks and kayaked out up the river that's basically connected to the inlet going out to the ocean. And we saw manatees. We caught all kinds of fish that day. So I was kind of toast. My arms were about to fall off from rowing against, the current. I was shot. So it was a perfect day for the perfect time. It was a good time. And I'll never forget sitting there eating ceviche, remembering the trip, because that was the last time I was going to see Random while we were in Florida. It was like a perfect way to cap off that experience and, head out of town. Doesn't take much to entertain. Probably my fault, like everything else. I didn't do nothing. Yeah. That's too bad, Slab. It's too bad. Gotta take one for the team. I don't know, cast again at this point or what? I mean, they're nibbling like crazy. We got plenty of time. I guess we could recast. What's funny is they keep coming up right out here to the left. But both times I've recasted there, they then jumped on the right, like right away. There's just this log, and I can just see that log right there is going to make me go in the water because I'm casting out around that boat on the left rod because they're in there. That's where they're piling up, right behind that. Maybe I should move the whole setup. But we'll jump off that bridge when we get to it. It's not far out. I appreciate that outdoor hustle. We can definitely get that fish in if it holds up on there. I just couldn't walk out to the buoy. There was a fish on that one. There was a fish on that when I first pulled it up. I don't know what the heck that was, but that was a fish on there. I don't know what he was doing to it. He must have just been there sucking on the bait. It looked like he was trying to eat my method feeder. Probably a turtle. Something pulled though. Definitely something alive on that. Let's see if I can shove that back in. All right. See if we get something going here before we leave. Got them down a little bit more of an angle. We're imagining we are at the lake. Ali Riza says hi. Hello there. Welcome in. Fishing in Pennsylvania, United States. We're at the lake, Jamie. John Ball Billups Jr. What are you using for bait? The two rods you're looking at have pack bait on them. We have another rod out there to the side, right over here. That's got a crappie head on it that we caught this weekend. So that's kind of going out there for either bullheads or channel cats. But these two rods in front of you are out there for carp. We did hook into a monster that we couldn't land that wrapped us around the buoy. So, yeah. Still trying to get over that. Yeah, the sunlight popped out there just for a second, Onyx. It happens occasionally in Pennsylvania. Not much, but it does happen. Trapper survived another winter with all his fingers and toes. No small feat up in Alaska. I've seen some pretty ugly toes and feet up there in my days. Little hesitation taking off the socks sometimes. You don't want to look. Angler Management, that's an awesome name right there. Welcome in. Freaking awesome. What's up? 6 pound PB. What was it? 6 pound largemouth? Third gear? I feel like I just met you. Third gear. I think you're local to me, aren't you? I've had a few close calls. You're like, oh man, my feet are cold. My feet are so cold. I got to do something. And then like 2 hours pass by and you realize, crap, I haven't really felt my feet in a couple hours. I'm screwed. Missing digits was normal. Yep. Yep. Ooh, right on the right. Yeah, there's parts in Minnesota that are pretty dang cold. I spent some time up in International Falls, and on average, it's sometimes colder than at least the Anchorage area for sure. Largemouth. Okay, that's nice, man. Is that a log? Yeah, it's a log. Do you fish every day? Yes, I do fish every day. I'm live Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Everything other than that, I do on the member side of things. We have a lot of members here that financially make the channel possible, or at least allow us to fish as much as we do and travel around as much as we do. Bryce, welcome in. Nothing but some sunfish today. I lost a giant carp. My PB is 42 pounds, and it felt a whole lot bigger than that. That's all I'm going to say. Danny Bivens, we're Montgomery County. Yeah, Lancaster, you guys are just west of us. Appreciate a bunch of new folks hopping in here. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up. Consider subscribing. We have a ton of content out there. We do a lot of catch and cooks. We eat a lot of what we catch, so we try to do we got a bunch of playlists out there on how to clean fish, how to preserve them, how to clean them, how to eat them, everything, how to fish for them. We try to organize things in playlists. We have a ton of videos out there. And if you can't find what you look for, you comment on one of my videos. I will make sure I answer it. I've even shot videos for people to answer questions. Kind of like helping people out, especially people that are new to fishing. Get them up and running, get them out on their own. Everyone keep, oh, this is going to be good. Everyone keep me in your thoughts and prayers. Applied for a promotion. If I get it, I'm buying a new kayak, either Crescent CK. Promotion for me, promotion for all of us. Yeah, it's a promotion, and he'll then have no time to actually use said kayak. That's how it works. You're going to get your promotion and you're going to be, oh, I don't have time to go fishing. Yeah, where'd Mama Slab? I think I saw Mama Slab. Mama Cookie, I think I saw you pop through here. I'm sorry if I missed you. Slab's fault. Distracted me. I tell people when I lived in Alaska, I had no money and I had all the time. And then when I had a real demanding but high paying job here in the States, the lower 48, I had money and no time. So I've kind of experienced both worlds, and they are really two different worlds, two different realities. They affect every minute of the day, the way you live your life. They really do. I think it's something worth, delving into and thinking about, because it's pretty interesting. Here's Mama Cookie. You're completely correct, but I'll have remote days if I can get a Starlink to work at the lake. Yes. I may have tried going remote from a tree stand during buck season a time or two. What's up, Nolan? Welcome in. Mission Discover's in the house. What's your best bait to use when the bass are spawning? I don't know, when they're spawning. I mean, you're not allowed to fish beds legally, at least here. Yeah, I'm not a big bass guy. When they're up on the edge, like right now, I noticed the sunfish are up on the edges. So that makes me think I would throw something that mimics a fish and reel it pretty fast and erratically from the edges and look for those, reaction strikes. But other than that, man, I throw a buzz bait, I throw a spinner bait, I throw things I can cover the water really quick. Other than that, I always have a worm, like a wacky rig worm, and I work everything slowly if I'm in a spot where I know they're at. But I'm not a bass maniac, so you're probably better off listening to someone else in this chat that bass fishes a lot more than I do. There you go, right there. I wasn't far off then, because it's probably happening at the same time. Because right now these blue, right on the right. There we go. How's he not on? What the heck? What the heck was that? Oh, man. That was like the weirdest takedown.
What's that?
No, I'm talking to I'm live on YouTube, sorry. That was the weirdest takedown. The rod went down. It was down when I reeled down on it, and there was zero pressure. The only thing I could think of is something swam into the fishing line. Well, MLG, you're in the right place to discuss steroid-induced hemorrhoids. I mean, Fishing Channel, perfect spot for it. Awesome, Onyx just hit 100. Very cool, very cool. A lot of people don't realize, but we're actually related, Onyx and I. You can tell by looking at us, we're very similar. Look at that rod again. What is out there? What do you think it is, a turtle? Look at that. He's mocking me out there. We both have bald heads, pretty much twins. Consult with your physician as well. Thought he used to be a bodybuilder. No, no. I mean, professional cyclist, close, close. And bodybuilders used to use me for barbells. What's that noise? It was weird. I heard something weird out there. I can't figure out what it was. Yeah, I don't want to leave the rods again. I'm just going to sit here. After losing that monster, I think maybe there's another one out there. I mean, I better just... What am I going to do? Catch 3 crappie over at the dock? Slap takes no prisoners. Don't eat McDonald's. So annoying. There's one McDonald's in our town. It's like you see their trash everywhere. It's disgusting. There's something there. Probably a turtle. Hey Susanna, welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a good day, or had a good day. It's probably nighttime. I think it's nighttime where you are. It's like a Jerry Springer. You are related. I'll have little Finn with us tomorrow. We'll be fishing either on the river or on a local creek somewhere. It's up to him. I think he's leaning towards the creek, but we're going to try to find a spot that also has carp in there. Bouncer will always be my favorite chatter. He's like an older me. I noticed you said older but not wiser. That's an interesting omission of words right there. Oh man. Birthday's in July. You're finally entering your twilight years. See, there's a carp on the right side of the rods now. They're just mocking me at this point. They could very well be spawning. This is pretty shallow. They're rolling in probably 4 foot of water. They very well could be spawning. It's not deep enough for them to come up on the edges like they do in some spots in cut banks. You'll see them rolling up on the wood. They probably are spawning, given that they're all at the same distance from the shore. And this is a very consistent bank. And Nakab, welcome in, welcome in. I'll be 29. I don't know to believe this. What's up, Brad? What is good, legends? Another day, another lost monster. Nothing else I can say about it, Brad. Hey, Lumi, welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Almost ready to get out of here. These carp are kicking my butt today. We got 45 minutes more. I could probably get another full cast in. And I think I'll cast one to the left and one to the right of the buoys and hope for the best and let them soak. We'll give it another 15 minutes in this spot though. I need to run to the car. I haven't drank any water. I left my bottle in my car. Let me go get my water bottle, hit the restroom, and I'll be right back, y'all. I'm gonna mute you here. I'm back. Appreciate you guys hanging out. Kind of just dawned on me that I've been sitting here for 3 hours not drinking any water. Yeah, I muted it. I had to run up. I wasn't sure if I was going to use the real restrooms or the woods, so yeah, I muted it for y'all. But yeah, they have a restroom up there, so I just used that. I grabbed my water bottle. When I shut this down, I got to go right to work. Yeah, make sure I drink something. What's up, Jackson? How's it going? What time we got? I'm trying to time my last cast here. So, 20. Probably give it like 5 minutes and then we'll recast for the last time. Unless we catch something. Hopefully we'll catch something in the meantime. We'll get the wind guard fixed here. It's getting a little breezier. I'm back. Another carp just rolled. There's definitely more carp on the left than the right here. They're probably right under the dock, to be honest with you. They're probably spawning all around the dock and the boats. Rod on the right's getting pulled again. I'm going to wait till it goes all the way down this time. T. Newstrom, you're a beautiful woman. Well, thank you. Appreciate that very much. Hurry up and give me a thumbs up if you wouldn't mind. Probably won't be here long. There you go, you loser. Tomcat Josh is in the house. What's going on, buddy? Breeze is a little chilly. Not gonna lie. Yeah, only one of the crappie had eggs that I caught yesterday. None of the perch had eggs. They should be done by now. But lunchtime for Jackson. Awesome. There were a bunch of boats like on top of each other where we were fishing yesterday. They must have spotted some decent fishing. They're all on top of each other. It's a pretty good muskie spot, so it's a possibility that there was a muskie in the area. And I was like, man, that's why I don't fish seriously when it's nice out. No way that fish was going to bite in that condition. It's a beautiful sunny day and 30 boats on it. Never saw one with eggs. Yeah, it's weird. I didn't see many either. Same at Santa, there was a lot of boats. Yeah. I think when people ask you the best time to go fishing, that's why I say early in the morning, just so you get there before everybody else. You gotta beat all the boneheads to the spot that screw it up. Because, you know, pressuring fish is like it's a big deal. You pressure a spot, you pressure the fish, that spot's going to be cooked for a while. It's not going to keep producing forever. Last year they were packed with eggs. Yeah, I do. You're right. Once in a while, Slab, you're right. Yesterday, I remember you saying that you weren't finding any with eggs this year. And I've seen a couple with eggs this year, but last year they were packed. I felt like I did something wrong the one time. We filleted out like 30 of them, and there were so many eggs. I was like, good Lord, look at all these eggs. I didn't really have that this year. And I've been fishing for them on and off. Usually on the weekends, I'll take Kev out to this spot that's got crappie and perch. And we come home with, you know, cooler full every 2 weeks, I'd say. Yeah. Max, welcome in. We're targeting carp, basically. We do have a catfish rod out off to the side here. But more interested in trying to catch a carp. We lost a giant today, so maybe we'll catch another giant. Maybe we'll just catch another fish. That's all. Other than that, all we really caught, we took the jig out and caught some little tiny bluegills. See you there, Army Mom. What's going on? Appreciate you coming in. Skeeter's going live. If he's not live already, I know he's going to be live at 2 o'clock. Oh, little jiggle on the right rod again. See, these bounces and no takedowns are telling me they're bumping the lines. They're in here. They're bumping the lines, but they have no interest in eating today. We've made it to 200 thumbs up. Appreciate it, guys. That is awesome. Only like the fourth time we've ever hit 200 on a live. Wish we had a better show for y'all, but it's kind of a relaxing show today. Tomorrow, I guarantee chaos, though. I guarantee you chaos. Can't guarantee you fish, but Little Fin brings the chaos. Bouncy camera, bad reception, a lot of water, maybe some fogginess on the lens. It's all coming tomorrow. Probably multiple accidental swims. We're going to have a good time. Not here in Pennsylvania, Max. Nope. 2 reasons. I don't believe it's legal. And 3, if you wait, that's 2. If you do chum a spot up, you better get there early because someone else will be in it, and then you just chummed up their spot, which has happened multiple times. But when you use these method feeders, you're basically doing the same thing. You're legally chumming because it's connected to your line, and you're launching a softball size of bait up. So what you do is you cast out with method feeders. You do, 2 or 3 rods, and you cast. If you want to really get it out there, maybe every 15 minutes, depending on what your recipe is. Mine breaks down in 15 minutes, so you could bombard it out there every 20 minutes, and you'd accomplish the same thing. Yeah, method feeder leads, exactly. It allows us to cast pretty far too. We're casting in some pretty big areas. I know some of like the UK guys will just go with like a weight and like corn or a setup that's more straightforward, but then they will chum and do stuff like that. But since we can't do that here, it seems like method feeder is the way to go. Outdoor Hustle, I appreciate that. You've been in here a while. I'm going to give you a standard mod wrench there so you can connect around if you wanted to. Hopefully come back in and visit again. Appreciate you. I literally told my son, he's only like 11, but he brings it, man. When he fishes, he brings the action. So I'm trying to force myself to like relax. I'm going to do a 5-hour shift when I'm done here cutting fish at work. I'm on my feet, and it's a lot more manual labor than you might think. It's not just sitting there like cutting fish and stocking shelves with fish. There's a lot of ice. Ice is heavy, a lot of moving ice, a lot of picking and moving fish, crates and crates of fish. They're heavy. So it's like basically doing CrossFit for 5 hours as fast as you can. So I'm going to chill in a little bit. That's why I made this approach today. Tomorrow we're going to bring the heat. Max Roderick, welcome, welcome. If we would have landed that huge carp, then we would have had something special in the banks today and would have made it all worthwhile. But that was the plan anyway. Doesn't mean the plan's going to work out. That was the plan. Come here and catch one monster or some quality fish. We had him. We had him on the line. He was just smarter than me. 1 sub max. What does that mean? Does he have 1 sub? I think we've caught 5 or 6, Travis. 5 or 6. Do you need a species type, or are you good with that? Do you have any further questions? No? All right, cool. Oh, right on the right again. What's up, Fishing with Steve's hanging out. You back on the dock today, Steve? You fishing? Lunch break and my favorite fishing show. I appreciate that, Lee. We lost a monster, buddy. I hooked a monster carp. I knew I'm always in my own head, but I'm sitting here watching rods, no action for like an hour. So I said, let's grab the rod and go jig over there by the dock. So I start jigging. When you know it, one of the rods bends over, like way over, big fish on. swims straight out, really far out. And then I try to fight it. I start getting it under control, decides it's going to hang right, and wraps me around the buoy. That was it, man. Dang, 42-pound grass. 42 is my biggest carp ever. Let's not reenact it, Slab. I don't really care to dwell on that. I think enough people know me, know how I am. Be fine with it. Travis is another local angler I don't have a problem with. Another one of the 50. Oh boy, I'm losing the live. I'm losing the live, guys. Let me go run to the car and get a backup battery here. Don't even know if I got one. Hold on, screen's black to me, but based on my last live, you guys can probably still see. So let me go back and see if I can get some backup battery. Be right back. All right. Let's see if this is going to work. Bump you guys around for a second. That's right. I can do this because of the wind guard. That's why. Now it's going to be loud, but maybe adjust it. Hit that button, see if you guys come back. There you are. You can see the screen. All right, that worked. That worked. Yeah, no drama. I don't want the drama either. I know I somewhat brought it on myself, but we're not gonna continue it. Yeah, positive things. Rod on the right, getting jiggled pretty hard there. Let's see if that rod's gonna go. Ton of little taps. I'm back from my exam. I got to take it finally. Yeah, I was kind of missing what that was going on. You're near a waterfall? No, I am not. There's a dam like a half mile from here, and apparently they want you to slow down a mile before you get to it. Because, you know, with an 8 horsepower engine, you can really get there quick. I don't know. The wonders of the local township blows me away. $54. Well, that's halfway there, man. I tell my kids, just take the test. Don't worry about it. Some people are better test takers than others. It's really a poor way to measure somebody's knowledge level, so don't worry about it. That rod is shaking on the right, but not going. It's been doing that a lot today. Look at it. Kind of think that's a catfish. Going to go fishing for white sturgeon so bad. That's awesome. We don't have those around here, but they are on the list of things I want to catch. I don't really know the difference between the sturgeons either. Awesome's checking out. Where's that? I don't know who that was. What did I miss? I feel like I missed some stuff. Yeah, bullhead, right? Just dumb. I've got a fish head out on another rod that he's choosing not to eat. Let me bring that fish head in, cast that out there by that buoy, see if he wants to eat it. Gone fishing like an hour. Yeah, I know sturgeons get huge. I think Rut Daniels just was doing, he just saw one of his shorts catching them. I don't know. Say what you will. I love Rut. I'm a big Rut Daniels fan. Love him. My fish head was stripped. Maybe the bullheads are active. Where'd my fish heads go? Better trim this up. Give her a little trim. Cut the damn tree. I wonder how many times picnickers come up to these benches. Just be like guts of fish on them. I wonder what eats the carp eggs. I know when the carp, as soon as they hatch, I know bass feed heavily on baby carp. I'm wondering if bullheads eat carp eggs. Like if these carp are spawning, I wonder if the bullheads kind of feast on them. Yeah, we did have that happen earlier today, that's for sure. That rod was getting slammed by a big old one. It's kind of really, I screwed up and I lost that fish. But I didn't really screw up. Kind of screwed up. They do eat baby carp. I was talking to a couple of the biologists, fishery biologists here. Oh, left rod. Look at that slack. Is it going to go? That was the main reason they changed to like a naturalized status. was because they're such a part of the food system now for bass and other fish. They do more harm to remove them. I get that asked all the time on my videos. Like, oh, you're supposed to kill them when you catch them. Still poking at that left rod. I'm betting they're bullheads. It says northern pike, walleye, bass, and lots of birds eat carp eggs mostly. Interesting. I know that the problem, one of the biggest problems with carp, I don't know the biggest problem, but this just growing up around here and learning about the local carp, was they spawn almost immediately after the bass. So they roll up on the sides and they kind of unlock or they unlatch. The eggs are stuck to something that the bass lay, and they kind of, you know, kick them all up. There we go. That's definitely a bullhead. I'm gonna wait till he's on there shaking that rod. Otherwise, I'll just keep missing him. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's like a, I don't know what the eggs look like, to be honest with you, from carp. I've eaten shad roe, and I mean, God, it's a massive amount of eggs. So, but that's when it's in the skein, you know, you're pulling it out of the guts. And they lay them, and I'm just thinking they're individual eggs, right? It doesn't seem appetizing for a big northern, but maybe the baby northerns, maybe that's what they are going into that. It's going, Eco. What's going on? Not much. Added another rod to the still rod display. I think we're getting hit by bullheads here. Old perch. Max, where are you from? It's the only thing perch we have here, like yellow perch, but they don't get, typically there, you don't get many really big. Never seen any with like big eggs. I guess you could cook the skeins whole, right? And it'd be half decent. But I will totally try that if it's yellow perch. I do want to try carp. I'm a pretty, I eat a lot of trash fish, and I've eaten carp, and I love carp. But somebody was just daring me to eat carp eggs, and I'm like, I haven't worked myself up for that one quite yet. But if I met somebody who ate it and says they're good, then I would definitely be more apt to give it a shot. Pistol, welcome in. Carp, mostly. Carp, mostly. I do have that white rod out with a perch or a crappie head. I didn't even look closely, but I think it's a yellow perch head on there. There's bullhead, catfish, and carp in this lake. I was casting around for bass earlier, but caught nothing but bluegills. We lost a monster carp earlier. Yeah, carping. Upstate New York. Okay. So I guess like it in the skeins, I guess, right? Let me wrench you up. We get 14 to 16 up here, a few lakes. Eat them raw as long as the meat doesn't have any parasites. Yeah, that makes sense. I do that with some of like some bluefish mainly. So I freeze them for like 7 days just to make sure if I missed any type of parasites, you know, they should be killed. And then I make them ceviche style, so I'm cooking them in like a citric acid, like lemon and lime, just to make sure. We're in Montgomery County, Pistol, Pennsylvania. Glen Falls area. Very cool. Yeah, shad roe. Well, shad roe, I would be more apt to eat trout roe than shad. But I ate the shad roe, and it was way better than trout roe. Not even close. And I like trout roe, but it's like I don't eat a lot of it. Shad roe, man, I ate that thing like I was eating a steak. It was delicious. Yeah, I don't know about that one, Thunder Slayer. It's a little offbeat there. Oh yeah, man, little pop like that they give. Yeah, yeah. But it's hard to say that, Max, and it sounds like it's going to taste good to somebody. Now I work with I work with one of the biggest seafood experts around, maybe even in our country. This dude is very highly sought upon for his opinion, and he says he'll say, "Oh, it's a nice popping, gamey flavor," and he thinks that's good. And like you might be like really sophisticated in your fish knowledge, but you got to realize who you're dealing with when you're selling fish to the public. Most people don't even want a fish to taste like fish. He's sitting there using gamey to describe it as a benefit. Pistol, just little bluegills. We lost a giant carp. He wrapped me around the buoy. That was it. I went to jig for little fish over the dock about 30 yards to our left, and he had me dang near spooled by the time I got back to my rod. Set the camera up. I played with the camera longer than I should have, trying to get the tripod adjusted. If the buoys weren't there, I would have been fine, but he hooked the right turn right around it. Um, I should have known better. Dumb mistake fishing around buoys. But they are definitely piled in here. You know, this is where the fish are. The fish could have gone left 300 yards, but he went to the right, and I was screwed. I don't know, Max. Let me know. I'm always curious on what everybody likes about the stream or doesn't like about the stream. Each day is going to be a little bit different, that being said. There's that middle rod shaking again. Maybe somebody went out there and took my hooks off. Yeah, I try, Max. I do try to do that, and that is exactly why we chose this spot, to get out of the wind. I knew the wind should be coming through the woods here, and that should break it for us, because it's pretty strong out there. I do spend a lot of time picking my locations. You know, obviously I want to be able to catch fish and good fish there, and I want to have a decent signal. I want to have a decent setup. I probably put way more thought into it than people realize. Like, I drive around picking spots out. I go down last night. I went down to a spot just to check it out, just to, see what it was looking like, because that's a good spot to hide from the wind too, usually. Yeah, it's a pretty popular spot. This whole lake is pretty heavily hit, but the thing that makes it really good is you can't put your boat in here. You can rent boats. They got like a couple rowboats over here with little electrics. Actually, I don't even see the engines on them. Maybe they're not open yet. Or you can go all the way up top, a few miles up. There's spots where you can take your boat, but you got to leave it there. You got to buy a slot, and you got to leave it there all year. So, the bank might get a heavy pressured, but there's a good bit of fish that have very light fishing pressure out here. Are you seriously? They changed it to snakeheads to Chesapeake Chena. Huh. Look at that rod going. Eventually that bullhead's going to eat all the pack bait, and all it's going to be left is the fake corn, and it's going to make a mistake. Yeah, they try. It just depends on where you're at, Max. I do spend a lot of time trying to do that, but there are times. Some of you guys are probably going to remind Max of my live where I took y'all out surf fishing, and it was pixelated, and apparently like the water hit the lens, and you guys were staring at my chest for 15 minutes. Slab's probably typing that right now. We all have our moments. It's not easy to live stream and fish. It's a lot more going on than you might think. But I appreciate it. I do spend a lot of time working on that stuff. Yeah, there's some good crappie fishing here. When I used to keep my boat up here, we slayed them pretty good. Some of my earliest videos is us catching white perch, yellow perch, and crappie here. You don't have to leave the boat the whole year. You can bring, yeah, right, but you have to have the slot. You can pull it and you got to give it like 8 days. Yep. They're worried about, I think it's the zebra mussels. So yeah, they got to be dry docked for like 8 days and then you can put back in. How you doing?
Hey, how are
You
you?
got the whole squad out.
Yep.
You guys see any fish on your walk? Not me neither. They've been jumping. They've been jumping right here, but they're not jumping this way. Saw turtle? Nice. There's a goose somewhere along here with babies, so just be careful. They might have moved on, actually. They were like right here, but they're probably on the other side of the shed now.
Well, let's keep it moving, guys.
Have a good one.
Good luck to you.
Thank you. Bye. Have fun.
All right, guys, let's have this way. Well,
All right. I didn't want to share the guy's family without. Oh,
look at the boat.
man down. Dude's got 4 little ones with him. Yeah, that poor guy. Slab that poor guy. He's got one strapped on his chest and he's got triplets. I mean, not saying that women definitely are better parents than guys, but here's one thing that's really good with guys. The one baby just fell, did a header right on the pavement. He barely looked back. He just walked away and said, let's go. And the baby got up and followed him. I know if it was my wife would have walked over, seen if he was all right, and then the baby would have realized he indeed was not all right and started bawling his eyes out for 3 hours. That dad made a decision. He was like, I'm just going to keep moving. That might have been Travis. He lost about 46 kids if that was Travis. I'm glad we only had 2. 3's a whole different ball game. We didn't have the talk till we had our second one. Then we started talking. Kamari, welcome, welcome. Let me get you a wrench right away. Appreciate you coming over. I know you came in from Steve. I saw you comment on my videos. Welcome to the channel. We're out carp fishing today. I think we've got only got about 9 minutes left and we got to get out of here. So we're hoping for a last minute carp, but we'll see how it goes. We can only do what we can do. I gotta get home, unpack all this junk, get a shower, and then go to work. Get the kids off the bus. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Nice view. It'd be better with a big fish in it, but it is a nice view. Okay. Let me just make sure the lines are all tight here. Okay. Keep them tight like that so at least we can see our bait getting stolen by these bullheads. Overdue for a nap? That's not fair, Slab. I want to take a nap. Oh, that's rude. That carp just jumped. I'm getting ready to pack it out of here. I took that personal. I think it's odd that they would come to this side this time of year. There's some good little coves here. You'd think they would want to go spawn in them. But there's a ton of carp in this lake, so I'm sure they're going to multiple places. My body always wants to take a nap, Slab. As soon as I don't do something, it's the car rides that get me. I get in the car and I'm like, I got to put like dance music on the way to work just to wake me up. I'm getting like, I'm not into like Q102 type music, but that's what we have at work. Like jamming. Well, it's not really Q102, but they play a lot of like jamming songs. And I tell you, man, when you're half dead, that beat keeps you moving. I think they have studied how to make us the most efficient workers they can, and they're pumping that right into our brains. I feel like, what is that, Night at the Roxy's movie? I feel like I'm one of those, the SNL guys, Will Ferrell and the dude with his head shaking. And what's his face? I don't remember the other dude's name, the little guy. I figured they did, Travis. Why wouldn't they, right? Why wouldn't they? Same reason they always got a coffee pot. Might have the lame break room, but you got a coffee pot sitting there. But when I'm driving, I usually got one of the kids in there, and those kids are always sleeping when I'm driving. That's the worst. Get home and you're like, man, I just want to like sleep right now. And the kids wake up and they're ready to go again. Man. Some days I try not to let them sleep. I'm like, wake up, Kevin. Wake up. Don't go to sleep on me. That's just mean. So we'll be popping up earlier than normal, probably 5:30, 6 a.m., something like that, maybe even 5. Do your live, Steve. Don't not go up because I'm going live. Just do your thing. I'm going to go up early. Wherever Kev wants to head, I'll head with him. Probably at the creek. You know probably where I'm going. I'm going to go down there, I think. We'll see. But we're going to get on some fish. Kev's worse. There's no way he'll sit somewhere like this for 4 hours and not catch fish. Where I'll sit somewhere if I think I got a chance at catching something really cool. He's just like, he'd rather go catch a sunfish after a while. Like, just wants action. Yeah, it's up to Kev. If he wants to go down, I wouldn't be opposed to that. But I was thinking maybe go all the way down to the city. Because he's been talking about snakeheads. I know a spot down there for snakeheads, so. That's kind of what was on my mind. Go get some shiners. See if we can get that kid a snakehead. I don't travel much, but when I do travel, it's usually with the kids because my son likes to fish more than I do even. It's hard to believe, but it's true. He's crazy with it. So I feel kind of selfish traveling during the week when I'd rather save that up and travel with him. All right, Donald, I appreciate you, brother. Be safe. Have a good one. Hey, Georgia Times. Welcome in, bud. It's getting ready to shut her down here. Pretty uneventful day, except for losing her PB. There goes the bald eagle. I don't know if you guys can see that all the way on the other side of the lake going down the tree line. Coming this way. I'm going to slowly bring in some rods, see if that can trigger a strike. I'm going to try jigging this one in. It's probably going to end up with me snagging. Just watching Phil trying to catch a red belly water snake in the carport. That'd be a great short, Tammy. Time for Ken to make his appearance. We're shutting her down, Alaska. Welcome in, though. Appreciate you stopping by. We got one rod in. I got to pull another one. I swear, sometimes we get bit while we're taking in rods, so I put a lot more thought than I should into which rod I bring in first. I'm going to bring in another one. Made a good choice and nothing but a leaf on that one anyway. Likely going fishing again at the local creek. Will, are you on? What's the deal? Why are you up there so long? I forget. Is this like a spring break for you guys? Cindy, have a good rest of your day. That cloud going down the other ridge there. It's pretty cool. See the shadow riding along that. Dang, another one just jumped right where I am. Come on, Rod. Go down. Don't even have any fish to fillet live today. The signal's good. I may go live while I'm fishing. Working on the house my dad grew up in because he has leave and... Oh, gotcha. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Very cool. All right, I'm going to bring this in and then we're going to end the show. Alrighty, guys. I'm going to end it right now. We'll be live again tomorrow. Make sure you have your notifications on. It will be earlier than normal. So I don't want to be out fishing the whole day with my older boy at home by himself. So, oh, dirty rat just jumped. We're going to get an early start, and we'll be back. We'll be back at the house by 10 a.m. at the latest. So probably like 5 to 9. All right. Hopefully we'll have a better day. I mean, could have been an awesome day. I was only if I landed that, it would have been an amazing day, but that's fishing. Instead, it kind of sucked. Catch you on the next one. Peace. Appreciate y'all.